The ship of Theseus is a thought experiment that asks a simple question. If you replace every part of a ship, one by one, until nothing from the original remains, is it still the same ship? This idea sounds like a riddle, but it actually explores how we think about identity and change. Let's say you have a wooden ship. Over time, its boards begin to rot. You take off one plank and replace it, then another. This process continues until every single part has been changed. The ship floats, works, and looks like the original. People still call it Theseus's ship, but is it the same one? This question has puzzled people for thousands of years. The ancient Greeks asked it first, but it still applies today. Imagine replacing every part of your car over several years. Engine, tires, seats, windows, everything. It still looks like your car, and you still call it that. But none of the original pieces are left. Does the car stay the same? Or has it become something new? Let's try another example. Think of a computer. You start with an old desktop from 10 years ago. You upgrade the RAM, then the hard drive. You swap the monitor, replace the motherboard, add a new graphics card, change the keyboard and mouse. One day, every part is new. Is it still your old computer? Or is it a new one that only shares the same history? Now take the original ship parts you removed. Suppose you didn't throw them away. Instead, you stored them. Over time, you use those old parts to rebuild another ship. Same boards, same nails, same design. That ship now looks just like the first one. Which one is the real ship of Theseus? The one that got replaced part by part, or the one rebuilt from the original pieces? The core of this question lies in what we think makes something itself. Is identity tied to physical parts, or is it tied to the function and form? Some people argue that identity comes from continuity. If the ship keeps sailing, gets repaired step by step, and serves the same purpose, then it's still the same ship. Others argue that once you've swapped all the original materials, you no longer have the same object, even if it acts the same. This idea connects to how we think about people. Over time, our bodies change. Cells die and regenerate. Our thoughts shift. Our personalities grow. We may even replace parts of ourselves with medical implants or artificial limbs, but we still feel like the same person. If every cell in your body changes over the years, are you still you? Let's say someone suffers a memory loss and doesn't remember anything from their past. They act differently, think differently, and have no ties to who they were. Are they still the same person? Some would say yes, because the body remains. Others would say no, because their thoughts and self-image changed. Now imagine artificial intelligence. A robot is built to look and act like a human. Over time, engineers upgrade its parts. They give it better sensors, more advanced code, stronger motors. It still does the same job. It still talks the same way, but none of its original components remain. If you treated it like a person before, should you still do so now? We also see this in law and society. Take a business. It may start with one owner, one shop, and one product. Years later, it has new owners, new staff, new buildings, and a new product line. It has changed completely, but legally, it's still the same business. It has the same tax ID. It carries the same name. This shows that identity can depend on labels and systems, not just parts. In sports, a team might trade away every player. It might even move to a new city, but fans still follow it and wear its jersey. They believe it's still the same team. Why? Because the name and the story stay the same, even if the players and location change. In museums, restorers face this issue too. They repair old paintings, statues, and artifacts. Sometimes they must replace large sections to keep them intact. At what point does the artwork stop being original? If 80% of a statue is new, can we still call it ancient? Shipbuilders and engineers often deal with this practically. Ships and planes go through heavy maintenance. Parts wear out and get replaced. But as long as the frame holds and records track the changes, the object keeps its identity. Airlines don't call a plane new every time it gets a new engine or wing. The question also comes up in religion and philosophy. Some believe in a soul, something unchanging inside a person. In that view, the outer body can change, but the soul remains constant. Others see identity as shaped by memory, habits, and experience. If you erase those, the person might become someone new. Science adds another layer. Our bodies are in constant flux. Cells divide, die, and get replaced. In fact, most of your cells today were not the same ones you had 10 years ago. Yet you feel like the same person. So maybe identity comes from pattern, not substance. You stay you because your brain keeps the same structure and behavior, even if the atoms change. This raises a deeper question. Is there ever a clear line where something stops being itself? Or is identity always a story we tell, not a fact we measure? If you take the ship example further, suppose each time you remove a plank, you ask, is it still the same ship? One plank gone, yes. 2 planks, yes. But if you keep doing this, at what point do you finally say no? The process is gradual. There's no moment when it clearly stops being the ship. This is called the problem of the Sorites Paradox, or the paradox of the heap. If you remove 1 grain from a heap of sand, it's still a heap. But if you do that enough times, it's no longer a heap. When does that change happen? This thought experiment doesn't give one right answer. Instead, it shows how identity depends on how we define things. Do we care about history, function, structure, or materials? Different answers lead to different views. In daily life, we often accept gradual change as normal. We say something is the same, even when it's changed a lot, because it's easier that way. We keep calling our old phone our phone, even if we've changed the screen, battery, and case. We still see it as the same object because it plays the same role. So the ship of Theseus teaches us something deeper than a puzzle about wood and nails. It makes us think about how we define what something is, what matters most in making it what it is, and how change affects our sense of sameness. Whether it's a ship, a person, or a machine, the answer often depends on how we choose to see it. The Sorites Paradox, also known as the heap paradox, begins with a simple question. If you remove grains of sand one at a time from a heap, at what point does it stop being a heap? It sounds like a basic idea, but it exposes a deep problem in how we use everyday language. Start with a pile of sand. Let's say it has 10,000 grains. Most people would agree that's a heap. You remove 1 grain. Now it has 9,999 grains. It still looks like a heap. You remove another, then another. Each time, the pile gets a little smaller, but nobody would say it stops being a heap just because of 1 missing grain. The logic goes like this. If removing 1 grain doesn't turn a heap into a non-heap, and you keep repeating that step, it should still be a heap even when you have very few grains left. But that can't be right. A single grain of sand isn't a heap. 2 grains aren't a heap. At some point, the label no longer fits. The problem is, we don't know exactly when that point is. This shows a gap in how we use words like heap. These terms are vague. They don't have clear boundaries. A heap doesn't mean a fixed number of grains. There's no strict rule that says 532 grains make a heap, but 531 do not. The same thing happens with words like bald, tall, rich, or old. At what point does someone become bald? How tall is tall? These words work in everyday speech, but they fall apart under close inspection. Imagine you're at the beach. You scoop up sand into a mound. A child asks, "Is that a heap?" You say yes. Now suppose the wind blows away 1 grain. You'd still say it's a heap. But if the wind keeps blowing, grain after grain, Eventually, the pile flattens. At some point, it becomes just a patch of sand. When did that shift happen? This gradual change is the key. The paradox challenges the idea that small changes can't lead to big ones. If each small step makes no real difference, then all the steps together should also make no difference. But in real life, that doesn't hold up. One drop of water isn't a flood, but many drops can become one. One snowflake doesn't make a snowball, but enough snowflakes do. You can apply the same logic to other things. Think about aging. A person doesn't suddenly become old overnight. They change slowly, year by year. There's no exact birthday when someone becomes old. But people still use that word. It works as a general term, not a precise one. Or consider a beard. A man starts growing facial hair. On day 1, he might have a few stubbles. Nobody would say he has a beard. On day 10, there's more. On day 20, even more. When does it become a beard? There's no set rule. People just make a judgment based on appearance. The Sorites Paradox pushes you to think about how language interacts with logic. In logic, every term needs to be clear and exact. But in everyday life, we use vague terms all the time. They work because people understand the general idea. You don't need a perfect definition to know what a heap looks like. But if you try to build a strict rule around that word, you run into trouble. This also affects laws and policies. Consider tax law. At what income does someone become rich? One person might say $100,000 per year. Another might say $500,000. The law may need to define that number, but the concept of rich stays flexible in daily conversation. Or think about legal definitions of adulthood. A person turns 18 and is legally an adult. But does turning 18 instantly make someone responsible, mature, or independent? Probably not. The number gives a clear line for legal use, but the real process of becoming an adult is gradual. The paradox doesn't just raise questions about sand or language. It shows how human thinking works. We like categories. We want to know when something is or isn't a thing. But the world doesn't always fit into neat boxes. Many things come in degrees. There's no switch that flips from not a heap to heap. Instead, it's a matter of more or less. In science, similar problems appear when measuring or observing continuous changes. Suppose a chemical slowly changes color when heated. There's no exact second when the color becomes red. It changes little by little. Scientists may pick a specific temperature to mark the change, but that's just a choice to help with clarity. The real change is gradual. You also see this in health. When does someone become overweight? Doctors use something like body mass index, BMI, but even that has gray areas. Two people might have the same BMI, but one could be more fit than the other. Again, the words we use don't always match the fine details of reality. In ethics, the Sorites Paradox can shape debates. Suppose you want to define when a person deserves help or support. You create a rule. If someone falls below a certain income, they qualify. But what if they earn $1 more than the cutoff? Are they suddenly no longer in need? That seems unfair. But without a line, the rule becomes hard to apply. The paradox shows that drawing hard lines for soft ideas creates tension. Some people try to solve the paradox by rejecting vague terms. They argue we should avoid words like heap unless we define them clearly. Others accept vagueness as part of how language works. They say it's fine to use flexible terms, as long as we know they aren't precise. Another approach is to allow gray zones. Instead of saying something either is or isn't a heap, we can say it's definitely a heap, probably a heap, or not really a heap. This mirrors how people speak in real life. It adds room for judgment without forcing a strict boundary. Computer systems face a version of this problem too. When programming a computer to recognize objects or speech, developers must teach it to handle vague categories. A machine might need to decide whether an image shows a crowd. But how many people make a crowd? It depends on the context. A room with 10 people might feel crowded. A stadium with 100 people might seem empty. Machines need rules, but the world offers shades of meaning. The Sorites Paradox reminds us that not all problems have clear answers. It challenges the idea that logic always gives certainty. Instead, it shows that how we use words affects how we think. If you rely only on strict definitions, you lose touch with how people actually speak and reason. If you ignore definitions completely, you end up with confusion. The tension between these 2 points creates the paradox. The example of the heap is just one form. The same structure can apply to many everyday questions. Each time, the setup is the same. A small change doesn't seem to matter, but many small changes do. The difficulty comes in deciding where the line falls, or whether a line should exist at all. The Barber Paradox asks a short but strange question. If the barber shaves everyone in town who doesn't shave themselves, who shaves the barber? At first, it sounds like a brain teaser or a joke, but it actually shows a serious problem in logic, one that breaks down when we try to follow the rules all the way through. Imagine a small village with a rule. There's only one barber, and this barber has a special job. He must shave every man in the village who does not shave himself. He must also never shave any man who shaves himself. Each man in the village either shaves himself or gets shaved by the barber, but not both. So far, it sounds simple. Some men take care of their own shaving. The barber handles the rest. But then comes the question, does the barber shave himself? Think about what happens if he does. If the barber shaves himself, he's shaving someone who shaves himself. But according to the rule, he only shaves men who do not shave themselves. So if he shaves himself, he breaks the rule. Now flip it. Suppose the barber does not shave himself. Then he falls into the group of men who don't shave themselves. But the barber shaves everyone in that group. So if he doesn't shave himself, then by the rule, he must shave himself. This creates a loop. If he shaves himself, he breaks the rule. If he doesn't shave himself, he also breaks the rule. Both options lead to a contradiction. That's the paradox. The rule about who the barber shaves sounds like it should cover everyone, but it creates a situation where one person, the barber, can't follow the rule at all. No matter what he does, he violates it. The problem isn't with the barber himself. The problem is in how the rule is set up. It defines a group in a way that creates a self-referential problem. You can think of self-reference as something that refers back to itself. In this case, the rule about shaving seems to define all men in the town, including the barber. But when it loops back onto the barber, the system collapses. It's a bit like trying to draw a map that includes itself inside the map, or writing a sentence that says, "This sentence is false." If it's false, then it must be true. But if it's true, then it must be false. That kind of loop doesn't resolve. This paradox was made famous by the philosopher and mathematician Bertrand Russell. He used it to explain a much larger problem in logic and set theory. In math, sets are groups of things. You can define a set of numbers, a set of people, or a set of shapes. Russell showed that if you allow sets to contain themselves, some strange contradictions show up, just like the Barber problem. He gave an example called Russell's set. Imagine a set of all sets that do not contain themselves. Does that set contain itself? If it does, then by its own definition, it should not contain itself. If it does not contain itself, then it meets the rule and should contain itself. Again, we get a loop that breaks the system. This became a serious issue in early mathematics. At the time, people were trying to build math on a perfect logical foundation. But this kind of paradox showed that the system wasn't solid. It had cracks. You could build a rule that made sense on the surface, but collapsed when you tried to use it in every case. So what do we do with the Barber paradox? One answer is to say that such a barber cannot exist. The setup is impossible. The rule looks clear, but it can't actually apply to real people in a real town. It's a made-up idea that shows the limits of certain types of definitions. You could also say that the barber is not a member of the group he shaves. In that case, maybe someone else shaves him. But that breaks the original rule, which says the barber shaves everyone who doesn't shave themselves, including himself, if he fits that group. The key point is that the problem comes from trying to define a rule in a way that includes and excludes the same thing at the same time. It's like drawing a boundary and then asking if the boundary belongs inside or outside itself. In most everyday situations, these questions don't matter. But in logic and math, they matter a lot. This kind of thinking also comes up in computer science. Programs that refer to themselves must be handled with care. If a piece of code tries to run itself in a way that never ends, it can crash the system. That's why computer languages use special rules to avoid these kinds of loops. In law and policy, similar problems can appear. Suppose a government writes a law saying that no law may apply to itself. What happens to that law? If it applies to itself, then it must not apply to itself. If it doesn't apply to itself, then maybe it can apply to itself. It's not just a puzzle. It's a reminder that even simple rules need careful design when they deal with self-reference. In software, people sometimes use the idea of recursion, a function that calls itself. Recursion is powerful, but dangerous if not used right. You need a stopping point, or the process runs forever. The Barber Paradox doesn't have a clear stopping point. It just keeps turning back on itself, like a loop with no exit. Writers and artists also explore these ideas. In stories, you might find characters who create themselves, or plots that fold back into earlier scenes. These twists can make stories interesting, but they also point to deep logical loops. The Barber Paradox is a clean version of the same idea, a rule that eats its own tail. The paradox also shows why some questions don't have answers, not because we lack knowledge, but because the question itself doesn't make sense inside its own rules. Who shaves the barber is like asking, what happens when an unstoppable force hits an immovable object? It sounds deep, but it only works if you assume things that can't both be true at the same time. The Barber Paradox is not about shaving. It's about how we define things, how logic handles categories, and what happens when definitions start to fold in on themselves. It's a reminder that language and rules, even simple ones, can break when they turn back on themselves. Zeno's paradoxes ask simple questions about motion, but they reveal strange and puzzling ideas when you take them seriously. One of the most well-known is often called the dichotomy paradox. It says that before you reach a point, you must first reach the halfway point. Before you reach that, you must reach the halfway point to that, and so on. The path to any goal seems to divide into an endless series of smaller steps. So the question becomes, if you must complete an infinite number of steps, how can you ever arrive? Let's say you want to walk across a room. The room is 10 meters long. To reach the other side, you first walk 5 meters. That's halfway. Then you walk half of what's left, 2.5 meters. Then half of that again, 1.25. This goes on. Each time you get closer, but each step becomes smaller. According to Zeno, because there are always more halves to cross, you never finish moving. There's always another step. This sounds strange because in real life, you do get to the other side. You walk across the room in a few seconds without feeling like you've taken infinite steps. You throw a ball and it lands. An arrow hits a target. Cars reach their destinations. Yet Zeno's reasoning seems airtight. If every motion includes smaller motions, and those must all be completed, then the process never ends. This paradox was first told in ancient Greece by Zeno of Elea. He wanted to show that motion, as we think of it, might not make sense. His paradoxes forced people to look closely at time, space, and how things move. The key problem is about infinity, not the size of it, but how we handle it. In Zeno's example, the total distance is real and limited. The room is 10 meters long, But when you divide the distance into halves, you get an infinite series, 5 meters, then 2.5, then 1.25, and so on. Each new step adds to your journey. It seems like these steps add up to more than you can cover. But do they? Mathematics gives an answer. When you add up this series, 5, 2.5, 1.25, and so on, the total is 10. Even though there are infinitely many terms, their sizes shrink fast enough that the sum stays finite. This is called a convergent series. In plain terms, you can do an infinite number of smaller and smaller steps and still reach a fixed point. This idea didn't exist in Zeno's time. Calculus, the branch of math that handles these limits, came much later. It shows that infinity doesn't always mean something goes on forever in size or time. You can perform an infinite process and still get a finite result. When you walk across the room, you cover every step Zeno described, but you do it in less and less time for each step. The total time adds up, just like the total distance adds up. Think of a runner in a race. She runs the first half in a few seconds, then the next half in a shorter time. Each new stretch takes less time than the one before. She finishes the race because time works the same way as space in this example. It can be divided into smaller and smaller parts, but the total can still be finite. Let's try another case. Imagine a ball rolling down a hill. To reach the bottom, it must pass halfway, then halfway again, and again. According to Zeno's logic, the ball would never reach the bottom. But in reality, it does. The motion takes place smoothly. This shows the paradox doesn't stop things from moving. Instead, it shows that our way of thinking about motion needs better tools. Zeno's paradox also comes up when talking about computers and simulations. A video game character moves across a screen. The computer updates its position in steps, frame by frame. Each frame is like one of Zeno's steps. If the game uses smaller and smaller frames, you might think the character could never reach the goal. But it does, because the updates happen quickly and the time they take adds up to something finite. People often feel stuck on the idea that doing something infinite means it takes forever. But not all infinities are the same. Some can be completed. Think about folding a paper in half again and again. You can only do it a few times with real paper. But if it were perfect and thin enough, and you kept folding, each fold would add less and less height. The process has a limit. That's what Zeno missed. He assumed that because the steps never end, the motion could never end either. Another way to explain it is through animation. If you draw a moving object one frame at a time, each frame is a slice of the journey. The more frames you use, the smoother it looks. But you never need to draw every possible position. You only need enough to show the motion. Our brains fill in the gaps. Zeno's paradox treats each small slice as a full step you must complete before moving forward. But real motion doesn't work like that. Think about pouring a glass of water. The water doesn't move in clear stages or chunks. It flows. The same is true for walking, running, or any kind of physical change. Motion isn't made of separate parts. It's continuous. That means there are no hard breaks between steps. You're not pausing after each half distance. You're always moving. Zeno's paradox also touches on how we experience time. Time seems to move forward smoothly. But what if time, like space, is made of tiny moments? Then each moment would be like a frame in a film. Still, we don't live moment by moment. We experience a flow. That flow is what allows us to move, even if we divide the journey into infinite parts in theory. Modern physics adds even more layers. At tiny scales, space and time may not be continuous. They might come in discrete chunks. If that's true, then Zeno's paradox vanishes, because there would be a smallest possible step. You couldn't divide space or time forever. But even without going to that level, basic math already solves the paradox. Zeno raised the right question. How can something be made of endless parts and still be complete? The answer is that size and number don't always work the way we expect. If the parts shrink fast enough, the total stays limited. Walking across a room doesn't require infinite time or effort, even if the steps can be described that way. Zeno's paradox helps us see that motion isn't just about going from one place to another. It's also about how we understand space, time, and change. By breaking a journey into infinite pieces, he showed that the idea of motion needs careful thinking. And by doing that, he helped lead the way to new ideas in math, science, and logic that explain how things really move. The Lyer Paradox is a short sentence that causes a big problem. It goes like this. This statement is false. It's only a few words long, but it traps logic in a loop. If the statement is true, then what it says must be the case. But what it says is that it's false, so if it's true, it must be false. On the other hand, if it's false, then what it says isn't the case. But what it says is that it's false, so if it's not false, it must be true. The statement flips back and forth. No matter where you land, the meaning turns against itself. This isn't just a language trick. It shows a real problem in logic and truth. Usually, we expect a statement to be one or the other, true or false. That's the law of the excluded middle. Something either is or isn't the case. The Lyer Paradox breaks that law. It sets up a sentence that can't be either without creating a contradiction. Think about a simple true statement. The sky is blue. If that matches the world, it's true. If it doesn't, it's false. The sentence points outward to something else, the color of the sky. But the Lyer Paradox doesn't point outward. It points back at itself. That's what makes it different. It uses self-reference. It's a statement about its own truth. Self-reference isn't always a problem. We use it all the time. A book might say, "In this chapter, we will study numbers." That's a statement about itself, and it's fine. The trouble starts when the statement refers to its own truth or falsity in a way that reverses itself. Let's try a real-world version. Imagine a man who says, "I always lie." If he's telling the truth, then he always lies, which means this time must be a lie too. But if he's lying now, then the statement, "I always lie," is false. So he must sometimes tell the truth. But then why believe him now? It becomes unclear whether we can trust anything he says. The contradiction doesn't come from him lying once. It comes from claiming that all of his statements are lies. Or consider a sign on a door that reads, "Ignore this sign." If you follow the instruction, you ignore it. But to do that, you must read and follow it. If you truly ignore it, you don't follow it. If you follow it, you're not ignoring it. It creates a loop you can't step out of. Another version shows up in a card with writing on both sides. One side says, "The sentence on the other side is true." You flip the card. That side says, "The sentence on the other side is false." Now each side supports the opposite of the other. If one is true, the other must be false, but they depend on each other to be either. You can't assign truth to either one without making the whole setup collapse. In logic, this problem gets serious. We rely on clear statements to build arguments, proofs, and systems. If a system allows self-referential statements like the Lyer Paradox, it risks becoming inconsistent. That means it can't tell the difference between true and false in some cases. The issue became famous in the early 20th century when logicians tried to build solid foundations for math and reasoning. Bertrand Russell, a British philosopher, worked on this problem in relation to set theory. He also found contradictions that came from self-reference. The Lyer Paradox is simpler than Russell's paradox, but it raises the same issue. When a system tries to talk about itself, it can run into trouble. One response is to block self-reference. You create layers. A sentence can't talk about itself. It can only talk about things in the layer below. This was part of the solution used by Alfred Tarski, a Polish logician. He argued that you need a meta-language to talk about truth. In that setup, you can't say, "This statement is false." inside the system. You need to step outside the system to talk about whether a sentence in it is true. Another approach is to change the rules of logic. Some systems allow for statements that are neither true nor false. They introduce a third value, undefined, both, or something in between. This is called three-valued logic, and it makes space for the liar paradox to exist without breaking the whole system. But doing this changes how we think about truth itself. In computer science, this problem also shows up. A program can be written to test whether another program halts or runs forever. But what if it tries to test itself? This leads to what's called the halting problem, which is unsolvable in general. It's another case where self-reference causes a breakdown in logic. The liar paradox is a basic form of that same problem. Even in natural language, you sometimes see people use paradoxes like this for humor or effect. A t-shirt might read, "The statement on this shirt is false." It's clever because it pulls the reader into a loop of confusion. You can't prove it wrong, but you can't prove it right either. It creates a pause, a short circuit in thinking. The liar paradox also leads to deeper questions. What does it mean for something to be true? Is truth just about matching facts? Or is it about coherence with other statements? If truth depends on avoiding contradiction, then the liar paradox challenges the whole idea. It's not wrong because of a factual error. It's wrong because it breaks the structure we use to tell true from false. People have tried many ways to solve or contain this paradox. Some say the sentence doesn't actually say anything. It fails to be a proper statement. Others say it's a kind of trick that uses language in a broken way. Still others accept it as a sign that our ideas of truth and language have limits. Imagine a room with two lights. One is labeled true and the other false. You say, "Turn on the light that matches this sentence." If the sentence is, "This sentence is false," then which light do you turn on? No choice avoids the contradiction. That's the heart of the problem. In ordinary life, we can often ignore these loops. We know people sometimes lie, or joke, or say confusing things. We don't usually think about whether a sentence refers to itself. But when you try to build systems based on logic, like math, programming, or even formal reasoning, these small cracks can cause the whole structure to fall apart. The liar paradox isn't just about a clever sentence. It shows how language and logic can turn in on themselves. It's a warning that even the simplest statement can carry more weight than it seems, and it forces us to ask whether truth is always a clear and solid thing, or if sometimes it slips through the cracks in how we try to describe it. The grandfather paradox is a problem that comes from thinking about time travel. It starts with a question. What happens if you go back in time and kill your grandfather before he has children? If you do that, your parent would never be born. If your parent is never born, you are never born. But if you're never born, then how could you have gone back in time to kill your grandfather? The act of going back erases the very reason you were able to go back in the first place. This creates a loop that logic can't handle. If the past can be changed and that change stops you from existing, then the change can't happen. But if the change doesn't happen, then nothing stops you from going back and doing it. It turns into a contradiction. Let's take a simple version of the story. You build a time machine in the year 2050. You decide to travel back to 1920, before your grandfather has any children. You find him and, for the sake of the thought experiment, you kill him. That stops him from having your father or mother. That stops you from being born. But if you're not born, then who went back to do the killing? If nobody went back, then your grandfather lives, your parent is born, and so are you. Then you can go back and try again. The cycle repeats endlessly. This paradox doesn't depend on violence. You could go back in time and prevent your grandparents from meeting. Or maybe you cause your father to move to a different city. The key issue is that your action in the past stops your own existence. Any version of the story where you erase yourself from history creates the same logical trap. At the heart of the paradox is the question of whether time can be changed. If you can go back and change the past, then the timeline isn't fixed. But if you can't change the past, if events always play out the same way, then maybe time travel doesn't let you do what you want. Maybe you can go back, but everything you do is already part of the timeline. Some theories suggest that the universe prevents changes that create paradoxes. This idea is called the self-consistency principle. It says that anything you do in the past must already fit into the world you came from. So if you try to kill your grandfather, something always stops you. Maybe the gun jams. Maybe you lose your nerve. Maybe you think you've succeeded, but later learn it wasn't really your grandfather. The past resists changes that break the future. Another theory is that the universe splits. The moment you go back and change something, a new timeline forms. In this new timeline, your grandfather is dead, and you're never born. But the version of you that traveled back came from the old timeline, which still exists in parallel. This is part of what's known as the many worlds interpretation. It's popular in discussions of quantum physics and science fiction. Under this view, you can change a timeline, but you don't erase the one you came from. You just create a different one. Think of a tree branch. The trunk splits into two limbs. One is the world where your grandfather lives. The other is the one where he doesn't. You came from the first, but your actions pushed history onto the second. Each version exists on its own path. The paradox vanishes because your act doesn't cancel out your own past. It just creates a different future. Another possible explanation is that time travel only works forward. We move through time already, second by second. Maybe any machine that allows travel would only take you into the future, never the past. That would avoid the paradox completely. If the past can't be reached, it can't be changed. Even if backward time travel is possible, maybe you can't interact with the past in a way that matters. You might be able to observe events, but not change them. This would be like watching a movie. You see what happens, but you can't change the plot. If time travel works this way, then paradoxes don't happen because your actions can't affect anything. Science fiction stories often explore these ideas. In some, time travelers try to change the past but fail no matter what. In others, their efforts cause the very events they tried to prevent. This is known as a causal loop. For example, someone might go back to stop a disaster and accidentally cause it. Their attempt to change history becomes the reason history turned out that way. Let's say you go back to warn your grandfather not to take a certain job. He ignores you or misunderstands you. That job leads to him meeting your grandmother. If you hadn't gone back, he never would have met her. Your trip to change the past is the very reason your past happened. It's strange, but it avoids the contradiction. Everything fits together, even if it seems backward. There's also the idea that time isn't a line, but a web. Events are linked in complex ways. If you pull one thread, others shift. Changing past might not stop your birth, but it could change who your parents are, where you live, or what you become. This doesn't fully avoid paradoxes, but it softens them. Instead of being wiped out of existence, you become someone else. Physics hasn't proven whether time travel is possible. Some theories in general relativity suggest it could happen under special conditions, such as near a wormhole or a rotating black hole. But even if the math allows it, we don't know if nature does. The energy required might be too great. The laws of the universe might block it in ways we don't yet understand. Still, the grandfather paradox helps us think through what time really is. It shows that cause and effect depend on time flowing one way. If we break that flow, strange things happen. Actions cancel their own cause. Events loop. Identity breaks down. The paradox forces us to ask whether time is a fixed path, a shifting pattern, or something else entirely. Even if nobody ever builds a time machine, the grandfather paradox remains useful. It reminds us that some questions stretch the limits of logic. They test how we define cause, identity, and the flow of events. And they show that even one small change, one person meeting or not meeting someone, can shift the whole story. The paradox of the ravens, also called Hempel's paradox, raises a strange question about how we gather evidence. It starts with a simple claim: all ravens are black. That seems like something you could test by looking at ravens. If you observe raven after raven, and each one is black, you might feel more confident that the statement is true. But here's where it gets strange. Logically, the statement, all ravens are black, means the same as everything that is not black is not a raven. That's called the contrapositive. It's a rule in logic. If a general statement is true, its contrapositive must also be true. So if all ravens are black is true, then all non-black things are non-ravens is also true. That means that anything you observe that is not black and is not a raven should support the idea that all ravens are black. This leads to a very odd result. If you see a green apple, it fits the rule. A green apple is not black and it is not a raven. So by that logic, the green apple supports the idea that all ravens are black. That feels wrong. It doesn't make sense on the surface. A green apple seems to have nothing to do with ravens. You're not learning anything about birds by looking at fruit, but the logic says you are. Let's look at it another way. Suppose you're trying to prove all swans are white. You travel around and see one white swan, then another and another. Each one adds to your confidence that the rule holds. Now imagine someone tells you, this yellow pencil supports the idea that all swans are white. That would sound absurd. The pencil has nothing to do with swans. But if the logic of Hempel's paradox holds, then seeing that pencil, because it is not white and also not a swan, adds to the total evidence. The key to this paradox is how we understand confirmation. When we test a theory or a general statement, we look for examples that support it. Seeing a black raven seems like strong support for the claim, all ravens are black. But how do we treat cases that are not directly about ravens? Hempel, the German philosopher who created the paradox, used it to show that our ideas of evidence can clash with our common sense. He accepted the logic, but showed that it leads to uncomfortable conclusions. The problem lies in how much weight we give to each observation. Suppose you see 1 million non-black things, green apples, red chairs, blue cars, and none of them are ravens. Do all those things support the idea that all ravens are black? In a technical sense, yes, but their support is very weak. They don't tell you much because they're so far removed from the subject. Now suppose you see one white raven. That single case destroys the statement, all ravens are black. It only takes one. So while non-black, non-ravens give tiny amounts of support, a single counterexample cancels all of it. Let's try to use a practical scenario. You're a scientist studying a new rule. All wolves have sharp teeth. You go into the wild and examine wolves. Each one you find has sharp teeth. That gives you reason to believe the rule. Now someone says, this fish has no teeth at all, so it supports your idea about wolves. You'd probably say no, it's irrelevant. But if you follow strict logic, the fish still fits the rule. It's not a wolf, and it doesn't have sharp teeth. This is the heart of the paradox. Logic treats the statement and its contrapositive as equal, but in practice, we value direct evidence more than indirect evidence. Looking at wolves tells us about wolves. Looking at fish, or apples, or pencils tells us very little about wolves. In real-world reasoning, We often use background knowledge to filter what counts as strong or weak evidence. A green apple might technically support all ravens are black, but it does so in such a distant way that we ignore it. The support is there in a logical sense, but not in a useful sense. Some have tried to solve the paradox by adjusting how we talk about probability. One idea is that confirmation depends not just on whether a case fits the rule, but how likely that case is compared to others. Seeing a black raven is a rare and targeted observation. Seeing a green apple is common and unrelated. So even if both confirm the rule, one does so with far more strength. Another approach is to limit the scope of what counts as relevant. We say that evidence must be tied to the subject. If you're testing a rule about ravens, then only observations that involve ravens count as proper support. That doesn't fix the logic, but it makes the process of gathering evidence more useful. This paradox also brings up questions about how we do science. Scientists form general laws based on what they observe, but they can never see every case. They must rely on samples. If they only look at things that match the rule, they risk bias. So they also look for cases that might break the rule. One good test of a theory is to try to find something that disproves it. This is part of what philosopher Karl Popper argued. He said that science should focus more on falsification than confirmation. You don't prove a theory by piling up support. You test it by trying to break it. If it stands after many attempts to disprove it, then it becomes stronger. The paradox of the ravens shows that confirmation alone can be misleading. Imagine two jars. One holds 100 black ravens. The other holds 1,000 random objects, rocks, pencils, apples, all of them non-black and none of them ravens. You pull items from the jars. Each black raven adds to your confidence in the rule. Each green apple technically helps, but very little. You might observe hundreds of non-black, non-ravens without gaining much confidence, but 10 black ravens give you clear support. The difference is in the relevance. This shows that not all confirming cases are equal. Some are direct and powerful. Others are distant and weak. Logic may treat them as the same, but in practice, we sort them by how much they matter to the question. The paradox of the ravens helps us see the gap between formal logic and everyday thinking. It reminds us that evidence must be weighed, not just counted. And it shows that sometimes strict logic gives answers that feel off, not because they're wrong, but because they miss how we really learn about the world. The Omnipotence Paradox asks a question that seems simple. Can an all-powerful being create a rock so heavy it cannot lift it? If the answer is yes, then the being can create the rock, but it can't lift it, so it's not all-powerful. If the answer is no, then the being can't make the rock, so again, it's not all-powerful. Either way, the being seems to fail at something. That's the core of the paradox. This question isn't really about rocks. It's about how we define power and whether it has limits. The paradox comes up when we imagine a being that can do anything at all, create anything, destroy anything, change any rule. That's what we usually mean by omnipotent. But the paradox shows that some actions might not make sense, even for such a being. Let's look at a version with a different object. Can an all-powerful being make a square circle, a shape that is both square and circular at the same time? The terms cancel each other out. A square has 4 straight sides and right angles. A circle has no sides or angles. Putting them together creates nonsense. It's not a problem of power, it's a problem of definition. The rock question works the same way. It asks for a situation where the being both succeeds and fails in the same act. That's like asking, can an unstoppable force meet an immovable object? If the force is truly unstoppable, nothing can block it. If the object is truly immovable, nothing can move it. Both can't exist at once. The terms fight each other. The problem here is not that the being lacks power. The problem is that the request itself breaks logic. Creating a rock so heavy that even the creator can't lift it is like asking for a limit on limitless strength. You're not asking for a show of power. You're asking for power to undo itself. Some thinkers respond by saying omnipotence means the ability to do anything that makes sense. Lifting a rock makes sense. Creating a rock makes sense. But creating a rock that can't be lifted by someone who can lift anything does not make sense. It's a contradiction in terms. And contradictions, by their nature, don't describe real possibilities. For example, suppose you ask, can an all-powerful being make 2 + 2 = 5? The answer is no, not because of a lack of power, but because the request doesn't refer to anything real. Numbers follow rules. Asking for 2 + 2 = 5 is like asking for blue to smell like the number 7. The words sound like a question, but they don't point to anything possible, even in theory. This idea goes back to thinkers like Thomas Aquinas. He said that God or any omnipotent being can do all things that are possible. That doesn't include things that are impossible by nature, like making a triangle with 4 sides or making a being both fully mortal and fully immortal at once. In that view, real power includes doing all meaningful tasks, not all nonsense ones. Let's take an example from everyday life. You ask a carpenter, can you build a door that cannot be opened? The carpenter says yes and nails the door shut. Now it can't open. But that's not the same as making a door that must open and must not open at the same time. That kind of door can't exist. The carpenter's skill doesn't matter because the request is broken from the start. The same goes for computers. A computer can do math, run programs, store data, but if you give it a command that has no logic, like divide by 0 or run a program that calls itself forever, it crashes or gives an error. It's not because the computer is weak. It's because the command doesn't make sense. No system can handle a rule that defeats itself. Some people argue that the paradox shows omnipotence is impossible. If it leads to a contradiction, maybe nothing can be all-powerful. Others say the problem is with how we define all-powerful. If we mean can do anything, we run into trouble. If we mean can do anything that can be done, the problem disappears. It becomes a question about how we talk and think, not about the being itself. Let's go back to the rock. Suppose the being makes the rock. It weighs more than anything else. It's massive. Now the being tries to lift it and succeeds. There's no problem. The being still has all power. Now suppose the being tries to make a rock it can't lift. If it's truly all-powerful, then it can always lift it, so the task cannot be done. The rock that can't be lifted cannot exist. The question becomes empty. You can also look at it through logic. The statement can do anything doesn't mean can do something that cancels out itself. That's not part of any meaningful action. It's not about limits. It's about what counts as an action at all. Lifting a rock is an action. Making one is an action. Asking for a self-contradiction is not. Language plays a big role in this paradox. We can string words together that sound like a question, even if they don't describe anything real. Can a triangle have 5 sides? The sentence is grammatically correct, but it doesn't point to any shape we can draw or imagine. The same goes for, can a being make a rock so heavy it can't lift it? The sentence works, but the idea does not. Another way to put it is that some questions are false questions. They don't have a real answer because they don't describe a real situation. Like asking, what's north of the North Pole? The words make a question, but there's nothing there to answer. North of the North Pole is a place that doesn't exist. Some people still feel the paradox matters. They see it as a challenge to the idea of absolute power. If a being has limits, even if those limits come from logic, then maybe it's not fully omnipotent. Others say, power doesn't mean the ability to break rules, but the ability to work within them better than anyone else. In stories and religion, omnipotence is often described in ways that avoid the paradox. The being is said to have perfect wisdom and goodness, and never tries to break logic. That makes sense because the goal is not to show off raw power, but to explain how such a being might relate to the world. The Omnipotence Paradox is a way of testing how we think about power. It shows that words can twist ideas in ways that don't hold up. Asking for a power that undoes itself is not a test of strength. It's a test of how clearly we understand what we're asking, and it reminds us that even the idea of all must work within the bounds of what can be made to exist. Newcomb's paradox is a thought experiment from decision theory. It involves two boxes, a powerful predictor, and a choice that tests how we think about free will, prediction, and rational action. Here's the setup. You stand in front of two boxes. Box A is transparent. You can see it holds $1,000. Box B is closed. You don't know what's inside. A highly reliable predictor has already made a decision about what to put in box B. If the predictor thinks you will take only box B, it puts $1 million in it. If the predictor thinks you will take both boxes, it puts nothing in box B. You must now choose either to take both boxes, A and B, or to take only box B. You are told the predictor is extremely accurate, maybe not perfect, but very close. Over many past tests, it has predicted people's choices correctly almost every time. It has studied your behavior, your thought patterns, your tendencies. It already made its prediction before you stepped into the room. So the question is, which do you choose? One line of thinking says take both boxes. This is called the dominance argument. No matter what the predictor did, you gain more by taking both. If box B has $1 million, then taking both gets you $1 million and $1,000. If box B is empty, then taking both still gives you $1,000. Either way, you get more by taking both. The contents of the boxes are already fixed. You can't change what the predictor did in the past, so you may as well take both and get the extra $1,000 from box A. But there's another line of reasoning that says take only box B. This is the expected value argument. If the predictor is usually right, then people who choose only box B usually find $1 million inside. People who choose both often get only $1,000. So if you want to be in the group that walks away with $1 million, you should choose only box B. The predictor likely predicted your choice, and if it predicted one boxing, that's when it filled box B with the million. Now you're stuck. Both arguments seem solid. One focuses on what's already happened. The other focuses on what usually happens to people like you. To break it down more, imagine you believe in free will. You think your choice now is independent of anything that happened before. You haven't made your decision yet. The money is already in the boxes. The predictor is long gone. It either put in the money or didn't. So you may as well grab both boxes and take whatever's there. But imagine you believe the predictor is so accurate, it's almost as if it can read your mind. You reason that your decision was predictable. Your thoughts right now were known in advance. If that's true, then the only way to end up with $1 million is to have been predicted to choose only box B. So if you now choose both, that must mean the predictor foresaw that and left box B empty. This seems to test how we think about choice and causation. Normally, we assume the past can't be changed, but in Newcomb's setup, your current choice seems tied to what the predictor already did. That connection feels strange. It looks backward. Your action now seems to affect a past event. But maybe it's not about time at all. Maybe it's about correlation. Your action now doesn't cause the box to be full or empty, but the action and the contents are strongly linked because of the predictor's skill. Choosing only box B is a sign that you were predicted to do so, and so you likely get the million. Choosing both is a sign that you were predicted to do that, and so you likely get less. Suppose this were a game run thousands of times. The data shows that people who take only box B usually walk away with $1 million. People who take both get much less. If you want to win big, you follow the data. You don't ask whether your current choice can change the past. You just go with what works. Now think of an everyday example. Say there's a person who can predict your restaurant orders with 99% accuracy. Every time you walk in, they place your order before you speak. If you like what ends up in front of you, you trust the system. You stop trying to beat the predictor. You just act in the way that lines up with the best outcomes. That's what Newcomb's paradox suggests. If you trust the predictor, you follow the rule that leads to success. You choose only box B, even though it feels like you're giving up a sure $1,000. The reward comes from aligning your choice with the prediction. But this raises more questions. Does it matter that the predictor is reliable but not perfect? What if it's right only 95% of the time? Is that enough to make you trust it? How much does probability factor into rational choice? And what about free will? If your action was predicted, was it really your choice? Or are you just playing out a script written by the predictor's algorithm? If you believe your mind can't be predicted, not even in principle, then you may not trust the setup. You may think the predictor can't possibly know what you'll do. So you feel free to take both boxes. But if you accept that your mind follows patterns, habits, preferences, reactions, then you may believe the predictor can see those patterns. Then your best strategy is to act in the way that leads to the best predicted outcome. Newcomb's paradox pushes us to examine how we think about decision-making. Do we act based on immediate outcomes or on expected patterns? Do we focus on what's already set, or what choices link us to better results? It also tests our comfort with the idea that prediction doesn't just guess our choices, it shapes what seems rational to choose. This thought experiment doesn't give a clear answer. Some people side with one boxing, others side with two boxing. Both camps have strong arguments. The paradox shows that even simple choices can get tangled when prediction, logic, and probability interact. It also reminds us that choice isn't always just about freedom. Sometimes it's about understanding what kind of world you're choosing in, and what kind of being might be watching you make that choice. The Bootstrap Paradox is a time travel problem where an object or a piece of information is sent back in time and ends up causing itself to exist. It becomes its own origin. That creates a loop with no clear beginning. The object or information seems to come from nowhere, but it exists because it was passed backward in time. The paradox gets its name from the idea of pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps. Something that sounds impossible because it involves lifting yourself with no outside help. Imagine a writer who finds a book on their doorstep. It's a complete novel with their name on it. They read it, type it up word for word, and submit it to a publisher. Years later, that same book becomes famous. The writer then places a copy of it on their younger self's doorstep to keep the loop going. So where did the book come from? The writer didn't create it, they copied it. Their younger self didn't write it either, they just received it. The book exists, but it has no origin. Now try a version with a physical object. Suppose someone invents a time machine. They travel into the future, borrow a unique watch, and bring it back to the present. They give the watch to their younger self, who keeps it, grows up, and one day uses the same time machine to go into the future and get the same watch. The object moves through time in a circle. It was never built. It was never made. It just keeps passing from one version of the person to the next. This paradox makes us ask, does something need an origin to exist? Normally, we expect everything to come from something. A book is written, a watch is made, but in the Bootstrap Paradox, that chain is missing. We can trace the object through time, but not to a true starting point. It seems to exist just because it exists. This plays with how we think about cause and effect. In everyday life, we believe that every effect has a cause. Events happen in a sequence. First something happens, then something else happens because of it. If you throw a rock, it hits the ground. If you boil water, it turns to steam. But the Bootstrap Paradox flips that idea. The effect causes the cause. The book is published because the writer found it, but the writer found it because it was already published. You can see this in fictional stories. One popular example comes from the show Doctor Who. A time traveler hears a piece of classical music in the future. He goes back in time and teaches it to a famous composer, who then becomes known for creating it. The music exists, but who really wrote it? The time traveler learned it from history. The composer learned it from the traveler. Neither one actually composed it from scratch. Another example is a scientist who receives blueprints for a time machine from their older self. They build the machine, and once older, go back in time to deliver the blueprints to their younger self. The machine exists, and it works, but no one invented it. The knowledge came from nowhere. It just loops through time. This kind of loop might seem harmless at first. After all, the object or idea continues to exist, but it creates serious problems when you think more about it. Information, like energy or matter, is supposed to have a source. If something exists only because it caused itself, then it breaks the rules we use to understand the world. In science, these rules are part of thermodynamics and conservation laws. Matter and energy can't appear from nothing. They must be transferred, changed, or created by a process. But the Bootstrap Paradox seems to allow something from nothing. A watch that's never built still exists. A story that's never written is still read. That doesn't fit with how the universe usually works. Some thinkers argue that this paradox shows why time travel into the past might be impossible. If it creates loops with no origin, then it leads to contradictions. Others say the loops don't break logic, they just break our expectations. If the loop is consistent and no rules are violated inside it, then maybe it's allowed. The loop becomes a self-contained part of history. One idea from physics that tries to handle this is called the Novikov self-consistency principle. It says that any event that happens because of time travel must be part of history in a way that doesn't cause contradictions. If something is sent back in time, it must end up creating the conditions that lead to its own sending. So the loop works because it always did. Still, it's hard to shake the feeling that something is missing. Take the book example again. If the story keeps going in a circle, discovered, copied, published, discovered, then at no point is it really created. There's no author, but the words are there, the story is real. So who gets the credit? Where did the idea first come from? This gets even more confusing if the loop is broken. Suppose someone destroys the watch before it can be passed on. Then the loop ends. The object vanishes from the timeline. That might mean it was never there to begin with, but that doesn't match what we saw earlier. So the paradox also raises questions about what happens if we interfere with time loops. Do they fix themselves? Do they collapse? The Bootstrap Paradox also brings up questions about identity. Imagine a person born from a time loop. Suppose a baby is found with no parents. A kind couple raises the child. When grown, that person travels back in time and becomes the child's parent, possibly through some artificial means. The person is both parent and child. They exist because they caused themselves to exist. This kind of loop challenges how we think about lineage, history, and the passage of time. Some people use the paradox to support the idea of multiple timelines. Maybe the object didn't come from nowhere. It came from a different version of reality. When it enters a new timeline, it looks like it has no origin, but in fact, it came from elsewhere. That would solve the problem, but it changes the story from one timeline to many. Then we're not just dealing with time travel, we're dealing with whole different universes. In fiction, the Bootstrap Paradox is often used to create mystery or surprise. It gives writers a way to show that time is flexible, that the past and future can shape each other. But in science and philosophy, it remains an open question. Does the loop mean something is wrong with time travel? Or does it mean we need a new way to think about how cause and effect work? The paradox doesn't offer easy answers, but it shows that time is not just a straight line from past to future. When we allow time to bend, fold, or loop, we open the door to problems that logic alone can't fully explain. The Bootstrap Paradox is one of those problems. It forces us to ask not just when things happen, but where they come from, and whether that question always has an answer. The Müller-Lyer Illusion is a well-known visual trick. It uses two lines of equal length that look different because of the arrow-like shapes at their ends. One line has arrows that point in, like the ends of a spear. The other line has arrows that point out, like the corners of a room. Even though the lines are the same length, people usually see one as longer than the other. This illusion has been studied for more than 100 years. It was first shown by Franz Karl Müller-Lyer in 1889. He created the illusion using simple lines and arrowheads. What surprised people then, and still surprises many today, is how easily the brain gets fooled. You can measure the lines, line them up, even use a ruler, and the illusion still works until you see the proof. It shows how much our vision depends not just on what we see, but on how the brain interprets shapes and angles. To understand this, imagine two horizontal lines. On one, you add arrowheads that point outward, like this, A and S. On the other, you add arrowheads that point inward, like this, A and S. When you look at them, the second line with inward arrows usually looks longer, even though it's not. This seems simple, but it tells us something deep about how we see the world. The brain doesn't just read raw data from the eyes. It interprets that data using context, past experience, and built-in rules. In the Müller-Lyer illusion, the angles at the ends of the lines create a kind of depth cue. They make the brain think one line is part of a corner moving away from you, while the other seems to come toward you. That creates a false sense of size. One way to explain this is to compare it to everyday life. When you see a hallway with corners or beams, your brain picks up on those angles to judge distance. An inward angle, like the corner of a room, tells you something is far away. An outward angle, like the edge of a table, tells you something is close. Your brain uses these angles to guess how big something is. If something far away looks a certain size, your brain assumes it must be large in real terms. If something close looks the same size, it assumes it must be smaller. In the illusion, those angles trick the brain into thinking the lines are at different depths. One seems to stretch into the distance, the other seems to stay near. So even though the lines are flat and the same length, your brain processes them as different sizes. It's not a flaw. It's a feature of how the brain tries to make sense of a 3D world using 2D images. This also shows up in other illusions. The Ponzo illusion, for example, uses parallel lines that look like train tracks going into the distance. Two bars of the same length are placed between the tracks. The one that's higher up looks longer. That's because your brain sees it as farther away. It applies a size correction that makes it seem bigger. In both cases, the brain tries to adjust for depth. It doesn't just take what it sees, it guesses what it means. Usually, that guess is helpful, but in carefully controlled drawings, like the Müller-Lyer illusion, it leads to a mistake. Some researchers have tested this illusion across different cultures. In places where people grow up around straight lines and corners, like cities with lots of buildings and streets, the illusion works strongly. In places where people live in rounder, more natural environments, like huts or open landscapes, the illusion has less effect. That suggests our brains learn to expect certain shapes from our surroundings. If you grow up seeing lots of corners, you get more used to depth cues based on those angles. Others have tried to see if the illusion changes with age. Children show some effect, but it gets stronger as they grow. That also points to learning. The more you see certain patterns in daily life, the more your brain builds rules to deal with them. And those rules can be fooled in the right setup. You can test the illusion yourself with paper and pencil. Draw two straight lines of the same length. Add arrowheads pointing in on one and pointing out on the other. Then ask people to guess which is longer. Most will say the line with inward arrows is longer. You can then measure the lines to show they are equal. The reaction is usually surprise, even when people know the illusion exists. This shows how deep the effect goes. You can know in your thinking brain that the lines are equal, but your visual system still sees one as longer. The brain has different systems working at once. Some process raw data, others apply meaning. And they don't always agree. The Müller-Lyer illusion is not just a curiosity. It helps scientists understand how vision works. It shows that perception is not passive. The brain is always active, filling in gaps, using shortcuts, and applying past knowledge. That's why illusions are so useful. They reveal the hidden rules behind what we see. Even with today's technology, the illusion still works. On screens, in drawings, in virtual reality, it doesn't go away. That tells us the cause is not the medium, but the brain's built-in way of seeing. It happens fast and automatically. You can't turn it off just by knowing it's there. This illusion also plays a role in how we design things. Architects, product designers, and graphic artists have to be aware of how visual context changes perception. A line or shape may look longer or shorter, depending on what surrounds it. That can affect how people judge space, depth, or balance. In road design, similar tricks are used to make streets look narrower or wider. Lines on the pavement or angled signs can influence how fast drivers feel they're going. That changes behavior. In advertising, visual tricks can make objects seem bigger or more important than they are. All of this depends on the same kind of visual processing shown in the Müller-Lyer illusion. Even in simple tasks, like lining up picture frames or matching edges, people can be thrown off by context. A straight line looks bent if surrounded by certain patterns. Two shapes look different in size if placed on different backgrounds. These effects are not mistakes. They are part of how the brain builds a picture of the world from limited input. The Müller-Lyer illusion is a classic because it shows that seeing is not just about the eyes. It's about the brain's work in making sense of what the eyes send. When that process runs into a setup it doesn't expect, like two identical lines with opposite arrowheads, it reaches the wrong conclusion. But in most situations, that same system helps you see depth, judge size, and move through the world. The illusion just makes that system visible. The checker shadow illusion is a visual puzzle that shows how our eyes and brain handle light and shadow. It was created by Edward Adelson, a professor at MIT. The image looks simple: a checkerboard with a shadow cast across part of it, usually by a cylinder. Two squares, one in the shadow and one outside it, appear to be very different in brightness, but they are actually the same shade of gray. At first glance, this sounds impossible. You look at square A, which is outside the shadow, and square B, which is inside the shadow. Square A looks dark, square B looks light. But when you isolate the two squares, remove the surrounding context, or draw a line between them, you see the truth. They are exactly the same color. The illusion tricks the brain by using what it knows about how light works. In real life, objects and shadows appear darker because less light reaches them. But we don't see them as actually changing color. The brain adjusts for the shadow. If a white shirt is in shade, you still know it's white. If a black shoe is in bright sun, you still see it as black. The brain tries to correct what the eyes see by guessing what the true color or brightness must be. This process is called color constancy or brightness constancy. In the checker shadow illusion, square B looks lighter because your brain assumes it's in shadow. It expects it to be darker than it really is, so it corrects for the shadow and makes it appear lighter. Square A is in full light. The brain sees no need to adjust it. That's why A looks dark and B looks light, even though they are the same. This is not a weakness of the brain, it's a strength. In daily life, shadows and lighting change all the time. If we judged objects only by how much light they reflect, we would constantly misjudge them. Our visual system has evolved to adjust for these changes. That's what lets us recognize objects and surfaces in different lighting conditions. But in a carefully constructed image like this one, those same helpful rules get used in the wrong way. To test the illusion yourself, you can open the image in a graphics program and use the color picker tool. Click on square A, then square B. You'll get the same gray value for both. Or you can copy square A and drag it next to square B. When they're side by side, with no shadow or checkerboard pattern around them, they match perfectly. You can also draw a gray bar that connects the two squares. When the bar cuts across the image, keeping the same shade, you'll see that it blends into both squares. That helps break the illusion because it adds a new visual cue that contradicts the brain's guess about shadow. This shows how context shapes perception. A single color or shade means nothing on its own. What matters is what surrounds it. The brain uses that context to judge light, depth, and color. That's why a gray square on a white background looks darker than the same gray on a black background. It's not just about what your eyes see, it's about what your brain expects. The checker shadow illusion is part of a larger group of visual effects that show how we process light and surface. One similar effect is the corn sweet illusion. It shows two areas of the same shade, separated by a sharp edge with a gradient. The brain sees one side as lighter and the other as darker, even though they are equal. Again, the edge tricks the brain into applying a correction based on contrast. Another example is simultaneous contrast. If you place the same gray square on a red background and a blue background, it looks like two different colors. Your brain adjusts the gray square's appearance based on what surrounds it. It's trying to make sense of the whole image, not just the parts. These effects also help explain why artists use certain tricks in painting. A painter can use color and light to suggest depth, shape, and surface. By adjusting the contrast and shading, they can make a flat canvas look like it has real form. That only works because the brain adds its own interpretation to what the eyes see. In the real world, this processing helps us. It lets us see objects clearly under many lighting conditions. A banana looks yellow in daylight, shade, or indoor light, even though the actual light bouncing off it changes. The brain keeps track of lighting conditions and guesses the object's true color. This lets us focus on objects, not just surfaces. But in illusions, that system can be turned against itself. The checker shadow illusion is especially powerful because it uses shapes we know, a checkerboard pattern and a shadow cast by a cylinder. These are things we've seen in daily life. The brain has learned how to handle them. It assumes that squares on a checkerboard are alternating in color. It assumes that a shadow means a change in light, not a change in object color. Those assumptions are usually right, but here they lead us to see something that isn't there. Researchers study illusions like this to learn more about how vision works. They can measure how long it takes people to detect the illusion, or how strongly it affects perception. They can use brain scans to see which parts of the brain are active when people view the image. These studies show that the visual system involves many layers of processing, from raw signals from the eyes to high-level guesses about objects and light. This kind of illusion also has practical use. Designers and engineers working in graphics, lighting, and user interfaces need to understand how people see. A small change in brightness or contrast can make an image look more realistic or less believable. Knowing how the brain handles light helps in creating better images, more readable displays, and safer environments. The checker shadow illusion works because it uses our visual system's strength against itself. The brain is good at guessing how light affects surfaces. It adjusts for shadows, brightness, and contrast. But when the image is built just right, that adjustment causes a mistake. Two identical squares look different because of how the brain fills in the gaps. You can see this effect in everyday life. A white car in bright sun may look whiter than the same car in shadow. But if you cover the surroundings and just look at the paint, the color doesn't change. Your brain handles the shadow without you noticing. The illusion brings that hidden work into view. It reveals how much your brain does to make sense of light, shade, and color, and how easily that work can be fooled under the right conditions. The Penrose stairs, also known as the infinite staircase, is an impossible figure. At first glance, it looks like a simple loop of stairs. Each step rises or falls consistently, but the loop never ends. You keep going up or down and somehow always return to where you started. That defies basic logic and geometry. In the real world, stairs that go up must reach a higher point. Stairs that go down must reach a lower point. You can't rise forever and still come back to your starting level. But that's exactly what the Penrose stairs appear to do. This illusion was first introduced by Lionel and Roger Penrose in the 1950s. They were inspired by the work of M.C. Escher, the Dutch artist who explored visual paradoxes and impossible constructions. After the Penroses published the concept, Escher used it in one of his most famous drawings, Ascending and Descending. In that image, monks walk in a loop on a staircase built around a square. Some go up, some go down, but they all follow the same path and never get anywhere. They just circle endlessly. The key to the illusion is how the staircase is drawn. Each part looks normal. A single flight of stairs appears to rise at a steady angle. The corners seem to turn as they should. Your eyes follow the steps without noticing anything strange. But when you complete the loop, you see that the stairs reconnect to their starting point without ever going higher or lower overall. It tricks your brain into seeing a possible shape that can't exist in 3 dimensions. This illusion plays on the way we interpret depth and perspective. In real life, lines that needed an angle show depth. Corners suggest space. Shadows give cues about light and form. The Penrose stairs use all of those signals in a way that mimics reality just well enough to be convincing. Your brain fills in the missing parts and accepts the shape as valid, until you look closely and try to trace the logic. You can think of it like a puzzle made of lies. Each piece fits with the ones next to it, but the whole picture doesn't work. If you focus on any one section, it seems fine. It's only when you try to step back and follow the whole loop that you see the contradiction. It's a visual version of a logical paradox. Let's compare it to a simple example. Imagine a video game character on a looping path. The path always goes uphill, but the game map is set so that walking far enough forward returns the character to the starting point. On the screen, it might look right, but in physical space, it can't happen. Elevation must increase or decrease over time. A loop of rising steps would need to gain height each round. The Penrose stairs avoid that by breaking the rules of 3-dimensional space. This kind of illusion helps show how the brain builds mental models. We don't see the world as it is. We see what we expect. The brain uses shortcuts to process shapes, edges, and angles. That's useful in everyday life. We don't stop to measure every stair we climb. We assume they behave normally, but the Penrose stairs force the brain to accept a shape that breaks its own rules. You can try building a physical version of the staircase, but it won't work in real space. People have made 3D models or sculptures that suggest the illusion from one viewpoint. If you stand in the right spot and look through a lens, the stairs seem to form the loop. But if you move to the side, the trick collapses. You see the cuts, slopes, and broken connections that create the effect. The illusion only holds when viewed from a specific angle. That shows the Penrose stairs are not a true object, but a forced perspective. They rely on viewpoint, drawing technique, and context to fool the eye. You can't walk on them. You can't build them with real bricks, but you can draw them in a way that makes them feel real for a moment. This idea also shows up in other impossible shapes. Like the Penrose triangle or the impossible trident, each uses careful drawing to create the sense of a solid object that defies space. These illusions reveal how easy it is to confuse the brain using flat images. Depth is not just about shadows and lines. It's about how the brain interprets those clues. The Penrose stairs also connect to deeper questions about perception. If we can be tricked by a drawing into seeing something that can't exist, what does that say about how we know what's real? In daily life, we trust our senses. We walk through doors, pick up cups, and cross streets without testing every surface. But illusions remind us that seeing is not always believing. Even simple shapes can mislead us. These illusions also have a place in art and design. Escher used the Penrose stairs not just to confuse the viewer, but to create scenes with mood and mystery. The stairs aren't just a puzzle. They are part of a world where logic fails and movement goes nowhere. The people in his drawings follow paths that should lead somewhere but never do. That gives a feeling of being trapped in a system that loops endlessly. In mathematics and physics, similar ideas appear in topology and the study of curved space. Some theoretical models in cosmology imagine space itself as curved or looping. In those models, it's possible to go in one direction and end up back where you started. That's not the same as the Penrose stairs, but it shows how even strange ideas can echo in serious science. In logic and philosophy, the stairs work like a visual paradox. They show a rule being broken in a way that still looks right. That's useful for thinking about other paradoxes, like infinite loops or circular reasoning. The stairs go up, but never rise. That's like a claim that explains itself, or a rule that cancels itself. It seems valid when examined in parts, but not as a whole. Even in everyday design, this idea has influence. Video games sometimes use staircases or doorways that loop back in impossible ways. Movies and animation use tricks of camera angle and lighting to create paths that look continuous but are not. These draw directly from illusions like the Penrose stairs. What makes the Penrose stairs powerful is that it holds your attention. You look, trace, and realize something's wrong, but it's not clear where the error is. The illusion challenges the mind without using color, motion, or distraction. It works by using simple geometry in a clever way. It also reminds us that the brain fills in gaps to create meaning. In real life, this lets us recognize faces in shadows or read signs from a distance. But in illusions, it opens the door to mistakes. The Penrose stairs invite us to climb a path that can't be climbed. See a shape that can't exist, and think about how perception works, not just with the eyes, but with the mind that uses them. The Café wall illusion is a visual effect where straight, horizontal lines appear to slope or curve, even though they are perfectly straight and parallel. The illusion happens because of how the tiles are arranged. It uses alternating light and dark rectangles like a checkerboard, but with each row slightly offset. Thin mortar lines, usually gray, separate the rows. When you look at the pattern as a whole, your brain sees slanted lines where there are none. The illusion got its name from a tiled wall outside a cafe in Bristol, England. People noticed that the rows of tiles looked like they were sloping, even though the wall itself was straight. Scientists and psychologists later studied the effect in detail. They confirmed that the illusion was strong, repeatable, and not caused by faulty construction. It was caused by how the brain processes visual patterns. To understand how this works, imagine a wall covered in rectangular tiles. The tiles alternate between black and white in a simple checker pattern. Now shift each row slightly to the side so that the black tiles no longer line up perfectly with the black tiles above or below them. Add thin lines of gray mortar between the rows. When you look at this arrangement, the horizontal lines between the rows seem to tilt, but if you check with a ruler or a straight edge, you'll see that the lines are level. The illusion tricks the brain through the way it handles contrast and edges. The gray mortar lines pass next to both black and white tiles. That creates small, high-contrast borders. The human visual system responds strongly to these borders. It tries to group and adjust them into patterns that make sense. But because the dark and light tiles are offset, the system can't match the lines in a simple way. Instead, it builds a picture where the lines appear to slant, as if the whole pattern is being pulled or twisted. This is a form of what's called a tilt illusion. The brain interprets nearby edges as slanted, even when they aren't, because of the way contrasting shapes interfere with each other. Your brain is trying to organize the visual scene quickly, and in doing so, it relies on shortcuts. These shortcuts work well in most situations, like recognizing edges or surfaces in real life. But in a setup like the café wall pattern, those same rules create a mistake. Even though the tiles are offset in a way that is easy to see, the brain wants to interpret the whole wall as made of connected rows. It tries to group the pattern into broader shapes. When it fails to align everything perfectly, it shifts parts of the image in the mind's eye. That shift causes the lines to appear slanted. Researchers have tested this illusion in many ways. They've changed the size of the tiles, the width of the mortar lines, the colors, and the angle of the offset. The illusion still works under most of those changes, although the effect can get stronger or weaker depending on the exact setup. For example, thinner mortar lines tend to create a stronger illusion. So does a sharper contrast between the black and white tiles. They've also measured how people see the illusion by tracking eye movement and brain activity. The brain responds quickly to the contrast in the pattern, trying to find edges and directions. Even when people know the lines are straight, their eyes still treat them as if they are slanted. That shows the illusion operates at a low level of visual processing, close to the raw signals from the eye. You can see a version of this illusion by drawing it on paper. Start by making several rows of black and white rectangles. In each row, shift the tiles to the side by half a tile's width. Then draw a thin horizontal line between each row. When you step back, the lines between the rows will seem to slope up and down, even though you drew them straight. If you trace the lines with a ruler, you'll see the truth. This illusion helps explain how the brain processes patterns. It doesn't just record what the eye sees. It builds an image based on contrast, alignment, and learned expectations. It fills in gaps, smooths over noise, and tries to create a single, stable view of the world. That usually works well, but when patterns are carefully arranged to mislead the system, the result is a clear illusion. The café wall illusion also shows how perception can be influenced by small changes in layout. A simple shift of the tiles, something that would not stand out by itself, can create a powerful effect. That has real implications for design, art, and architecture. Designers need to know how patterns and textures affect visual perception. In some cases, you may want to avoid illusions that confuse the viewer. In others, you might use them to create a sense of movement or depth. This illusion also connects to similar effects, like the Zollner illusion, where lines that are actually parallel appear to diverge or converge because of short-angled lines crossing them. In both cases, the arrangement of surrounding elements tricks the brain into seeing tilt or depth where there is none. These illusions show how fragile our sense of straightness and alignment can be. Another related example is the herring illusion, where straight lines appear to bend outward because of a background of radiating lines. All of these effects use contrast and context to fool the eye. They reveal that visual truth is not just a matter of light and shadow. It depends on how the brain builds the picture. You may also see unintended versions of the café wall illusion in real buildings. A wall with checkered tiles or bricks can produce the effect if the rows are slightly offset and the mortar lines are just the right thickness. Even if the wall is level and well built, people might report that it looks crooked. That's not the fault of the builder. It's the result of how the visual system handles alignment. The illusion is strongest when you look at the pattern from a certain distance or angle. If you get too close, your brain starts to see the tiles as individual shapes rather than part of a larger pattern. The illusion fades. If you step back and let your brain process the pattern as a whole, the false tilt returns. That shows how scale affects perception. This effect also teaches us something broader about human thought. Just as the brain uses shortcuts to process vision, we often use shortcuts to process ideas, language, or social cues. Those shortcuts usually help, but they can lead to mistakes, especially when information is arranged in a way that confuses the system. Visual illusions like the Café wall pattern make those mistakes visible. They show that even when we think we're seeing clearly, there's more going on than meets the eye. The rotating snake's illusion is a striking visual effect where static images seem to move. When you look at the design, it appears as if several circular patterns are spinning, like gears slowly turning in opposite directions. But nothing is actually moving. If you stare directly at any one circle, it stops spinning. When you shift your gaze or blink, the spinning seems to start again. The illusion plays with your eyes and brain in a way that feels strange but consistent. This illusion was created by Akiyoshi Kitaoka, a Japanese psychologist who studies how vision works. His design uses repeating patterns made of colored segments, usually black, white, blue, and yellow, arranged in a circular form. The color sequence and layout are key. They create an impression of motion, even though the image never changes. The effect happens because of how your brain responds to edges, contrast, and changes in brightness. Each ring is made of segments that alternate in color and brightness. Your eyes process this contrast in a way that suggests motion, especially in your peripheral vision. The illusion doesn't rely on animation or tricks. It relies on how the visual system interprets changes in space and light over time. To understand it, think about how the brain handles motion. When you see something move, your brain uses small differences in light, shape, and color to detect the direction and speed. Normally, that helps you see a bird fly by or notice a car approaching. But when a static image mimics those differences, your brain can be fooled into thinking there's motion. In the rotating snake's illusion, each segment changes in brightness from dark to light. That brightness shift creates a false signal. The brain reads the change as movement. When your eyes move across the image, even slightly, the way the light hits your retina changes just enough to trigger the illusion. The circles don't actually rotate, but your brain interprets the contrast as motion. This is called a motion illusion. What's interesting is that the effect is strongest in your peripheral vision. If you stare at one ring, it usually freezes. But as soon as your eyes move to another part of the image, the ring starts to spin again. That shows the illusion isn't just about the image itself. It's also about how the eyes scan and how the brain fills in gaps. The constant tiny movements your eyes make, even when you think you're holding them still, are enough to keep the illusion active. You can try a simple test to explore this. Look at the center of one of the spinning rings. Focus on it without moving your eyes. After a second or two, the motion should stop. Then shift your gaze to a different part of the image. The spinning should return. You can also blink or tilt your head slightly. Any change in your visual input can bring the illusion back. This illusion depends on more than just shape. The colors and brightness levels matter. Researchers have found that reversing the color sequence or changing the contrast can reduce or cancel the effect. The illusion works best with certain patterns of brightness, from darkest to lightest in a specific order. That brightness shift creates what's called a luminance gradient, which plays a major role in tricking the brain. Scientists have studied how the brain reacts to the rotating snake's illusion, using tools like eye tracking and brain scans. They found that the visual areas of the brain light up in patterns similar to those triggered by real motion. That means your brain treats the illusion almost the same way it treats actual spinning. The same neural circuits that handle moving objects respond to this static image. This kind of illusion helps researchers learn more about how motion is processed. It shows that motion perception isn't just about real-world movement. It's also about patterns that suggest movement. The brain doesn't wait to confirm motion. It often makes fast guesses based on what it expects to see. In the case of the rotating snakes, it guesses wrong, but it does so in a way that reveals its internal rules. Artists and designers use this effect to explore how still images can create a sense of energy or change. The illusion can be built into posters, screensavers, or even clothing. It adds a sense of movement without any actual animation. Because it depends on visual input and brain processing, it works even in print or on paper. That makes it different from effects that depend on digital tricks. You might also notice that the illusion doesn't affect everyone in the same way. Some people see stronger motion, others barely see it at all. Factors like lighting, distance, screen resolution, or even individual eyesight can change how strong the illusion feels. That makes the rotating snakes a useful tool in testing how different people process visual information. There are other motion illusions that work in a similar way. The Fraser-Wilcox illusion, for example, uses radial patterns with changes in brightness to create a false sense of motion. Like the rotating snakes, it uses small shifts in luminance and color to trick the brain into seeing rotation or drift. These illusions show that vision is not a simple process. Your eyes send raw data to the brain, but the brain interprets that data based on patterns it has learned. It looks for motion, edges, contrast, and color. When it finds certain combinations, like those in the rotating snakes, it fills in motion where none exists. The result is a compelling experience of movement that isn't real, but feels real. Even though the image doesn't move, your brain adds movement to make sense of it. That's not a failure. It's part of how perception works. In the real world, this system helps you stay alert to threats and notice changes quickly. Illusions like this one show what happens when that system runs into a pattern it can't fully explain. You can build your own version of the illusion using colored segments on paper. You'll need repeating circles made of black, dark blue, white, and yellow. Arrange them in a sequence that goes from dark to light in a clockwise direction. Make sure each ring is made of many small segments, like slices of a pie. Space the rings so they don't touch. Once the pattern is in place, step back and let your eyes wander. The circles should begin to spin on their own. The rotating snake's illusion reveals that even static images can create a strong sense of motion. It works not by animation, but by understanding how vision handles change, contrast, and light. The brain wants to see the world in motion. It's ready to fill in the gaps. When the right pattern appears, the mind takes over, and the motion begins, without anything actually moving. The hollow mask illusion is a powerful example of how the brain can override raw visual input. In this illusion, a concave face, meaning one that curves inward like the inside of a bowl, appears as a normal convex face, which curves outward. No matter how long you look, or how much you try to see it as hollow, your brain insists the face is sticking out. It fills in the shape you expect, not the one that's really there. You can see this illusion using a hollow mask, like the inside of a plastic face. When you look straight at it, you might briefly notice the inward shape, but as soon as the mask turns or the lighting shifts, the face pops outward. If the mask rotates, it appears to turn in the wrong direction. The nose seems to follow your eyes. The cheeks bulge outward. The face looks alive, even though it's hollow. This illusion happens because the brain uses prior knowledge to interpret visual input. One of the strongest assumptions your brain makes is that faces are convex. In everyday life, every face you see curves outward. Noses, cheeks, foreheads, they all stick out, not in. Your brain learns this pattern early in life and applies it automatically. When it sees something shaped like a face, it expects that shape to be convex. If the image doesn't match that, the brain adjusts it until it fits the pattern. In the hollow mask illusion, the visual cues from shading, lighting, and perspective all say the mask is concave, but the brain doesn't accept that. It flips the image and interprets it as a normal face. Even when the lighting and motion support the inward curve, the expectation is so strong that it dominates. This is a case where top-down processing beats bottom-up processing. Bottom-up means starting with the data from the eyes, edges, colors, shadows. Top-down means using what the brain already knows about the world. In this illusion, the bottom-up input says concave, but the top-down rule says faces are convex. So the brain ignores the raw input and replaces it with what it expects. You can test this for yourself with a simple mask. Take a plastic face mask and shine a light on it from different angles. As you turn it, watch how the shadows fall. When the light hits from the side, you'll see normal shading. Dark on one side, light on the other. But if you look from the inside of the mask, the shadows don't match a convex shape. Still, your brain adjusts. The shadows bend in a way that keeps the face looking normal. When the mask rotates, the illusion gets stronger. The parts that should recede into space appear to come forward. The nose seems to follow your movements. This effect is called motion inversion. The concave face rotates one way, but your brain makes it look like it's turning the other way. That's because the brain builds a three-dimensional model of what it sees, and it applies that model even when it doesn't match the data. This illusion works with other familiar objects too, but it's strongest with faces. The brain has special systems for processing faces. These systems focus on symmetry, eye position, and overall shape. Because faces are so important for communication and social life, the brain prioritizes speed and recognition over accuracy. It would rather be wrong about the shape than miss a face altogether. Studies show that the hollow mask illusion is weaker in people with certain conditions, such as schizophrenia. In those cases, the brain seems to rely more on bottom-up input and less on top-down assumptions. When they look at a hollow mask, they're more likely to see it as concave because their brains don't force the usual correction. That has led researchers to use this illusion as a tool for studying how perception works in different minds. Artists and designers also use this effect. Sculptors sometimes carve hollow faces that appear to follow you as you move. You can find them in museums or science centers. The effect is so strong that it can startle people. As they walk past the sculpture, the face seems to turn and stare at them. But it's just the brain applying its usual rule: faces curve outward. In films or haunted houses, creators sometimes use hollow masks to create eerie effects. A face that looks normal from far away may suddenly seem off when you realize it's the wrong shape. That mismatch creates discomfort. The brain knows something is wrong, but it can't say what. That creates a subtle feeling of unease. The illusion also shows how depth perception works. When we judge shapes, we use more than just size and position. We use lighting, shadows, and how parts of an object move relative to each other. If a shadow falls in a way that matches what we expect from a bump, we see a bump, even if it's actually a dent. The brain uses shading as a major cue for depth. Another reason the hollow mask illusion works is because the shape of the face is symmetrical. The regular layout of eyes, nose, and mouth reinforces the idea that the face is convex. If you distort the shape or remove some features, the illusion gets weaker. That shows how much we rely on structure and familiarity when we make sense of what we see. The effect also works on screens. You don't need a real mask. A video of a rotating hollow face can produce the same illusion. The brain still reads the depth cues and flips them to match its expectations. That's because the brain treats two-dimensional images as if they have depth. It builds a 3D interpretation from a 2D picture, using rules it has learned over time. This kind of illusion helps researchers understand how visual processing works. It shows that perception is not just a mirror of the world. It's a construction, an interpretation of input shaped by experience. Most of the time, that construction is accurate and useful. But illusions like this show that the system can be fooled, especially when strong expectations meet unusual input. The hollow mask illusion is not a mistake in the brain. It's a feature of how we've adapted to a world where faces always point outward. The system is built for speed and usefulness, not perfect truth. That's why we can recognize faces from poor lighting, odd angles, or partial views. The brain fills in what it expects. The illusion just reveals the inner rules of that process. By studying effects like this, we learn more about vision, cognition, and how the brain balances raw input with stored knowledge. The hollow mask illusion shows that what we see isn't always what's there. Sometimes it's what the brain thinks should be there, and that difference is what makes the illusion so powerful. The dress became an internet sensation in 2015 because people could not agree on what color it was. Some saw it as white and gold. Others saw it as blue and black. The photos showed a single dress under strange lighting, and the disagreement was immediate and intense. This was not just a case of poor lighting or camera quality. It revealed something deeper about how human vision works. The image didn't change, but people's interpretations did, based on how their brains handled light and context. To understand the confusion, we need to look at how color perception works. Color is not just about the wavelengths of light that hit the eye. It's also about how the brain interprets those wavelengths in different lighting conditions. This process is called color constancy. It helps us recognize the color of objects even when the light changes. For example, a red apple looks red whether it's in the sun or in the shade, even though the light reflecting off it is different in each case. In the photo of the dress, the lighting is ambiguous. It's hard to tell where the light is coming from or what kind of light it is. Some people's brains interpret the dress as being in shadow. If you assume the photo was taken in shadow, your brain discounts the bluish light and sees the dress as white and gold. Other people's brains assume the photo was taken in bright light, possibly with a blue tint. They discount the yellowish highlights and see the dress as blue and black. The key point is that your brain tries to correct the image to fit what it thinks is the real scene. If you think the lighting is warm and indoor, you may adjust toward cooler colors. If you think the lighting is cool and outdoor, you may adjust toward warmer colors. This kind of automatic correction usually helps us, but in the case of the dress, it leads to a split in perception. This effect shows how the brain doesn't just record images like a camera. It interprets them. Your eyes send raw data about light, and the dress became an internet sensation in 2015 because people could not agree on what color it was. Some saw it as white and gold. Others saw it as blue and black. The photos showed a single dress under strange lighting, and the disagreement was immediate and intense. This was not just a case of poor lighting or camera quality. It revealed something deeper about how human vision works. The image didn't change, but people's interpretations did, based on how their brains handled light and context. To understand the confusion, we need to look at how color perception works. Color is not just about the wavelengths of light that hit the eye. It's also about how the brain interprets those wavelengths in different lighting conditions. This process is called color constancy. It helps us recognize the color of objects even when the light changes. For example, a red apple looks red whether it's in the sun or in the shade, even though the light reflecting off it is different in each case. In the photo of the dress, the lighting is ambiguous. It's hard to tell where the light is coming from or what kind of light it is. Some people's brains interpret the dress as being in shadow. If you assume the photo was taken in shadow, your brain discounts the bluish light and sees the dress as white and gold. Other people's brains assume the photo was taken in bright light, possibly with a blue tint. They discount the yellowish highlights and see the dress as blue and black. The key point is that your brain tries to correct the image to fit what it thinks is the real scene. If you think the lighting is warm and indoor, you may adjust toward cooler colors. If you think the lighting is cool and outdoor, you may adjust toward warmer colors. This kind of automatic correction usually helps us, but in the case of the dress, it leads to a split in perception. This effect shows how the brain doesn't just record images like a camera. It interprets them. Your eyes send raw data about light and color, but your brain builds a picture based on experience, assumptions, and context. That's why people looking at the same image can have very different experiences. You can test this for yourself by adjusting the colors in the photo. If you lower the brightness and change the contrast, the dress starts to look more clearly blue and black. If you increase the exposure and wash out the background, it leans more toward white and gold. The pixels in the image don't change much, but the way we interpret them does. The brain fills in missing information to create a stable view. Some researchers believe the difference in perception also relates to whether someone tends to interpret light as natural or artificial. People who spend more time in natural light might be more used to correcting for sunlight, which often has a blue cast. People used to artificial lighting might correct in a different way. These habits could influence how the brain handles ambiguous color data. This kind of perceptual split is rare, but not unique. Other images, like optical illusions, can produce different experiences in different people. But the dress was special because the split was so dramatic and the image so ordinary. It looked like a regular photo. Most people expected everyone to see the same thing. That's why it caused surprise, debate, and even frustration. Vision scientists were quick to study the phenomenon. They used the dress to explore how color constancy works in real time. They asked people to look at the image and report what they saw. They tracked eye movement and brain activity. Some studies found links between perception and the viewer's age, sleep pattern, or mood. But no single factor fully explains the split. One of the most interesting parts of the dress illusion is how hard it is to switch between the two views. Some people report that they can only ever see it one way. Others say that the image flips for them depending on time of day or screen brightness. A few people can toggle between both interpretations, but it usually takes effort. That suggests the brain locks onto one explanation and resists changing it. Artists and designers have long known that color is relative. A gray square can look lighter or darker depending on what surrounds it. Blue can appear greenish. The McGurk Effect is a strange and powerful example of how our senses work together. It shows that what we hear can be changed by what we see. When you watch a person say one sound but hear a different one, your brain mixes the two and produces a third sound. This doesn't happen because your hearing is faulty. It happens because your brain is trying to make sense of conflicting information in the most likely way it knows how. The most common version of the McGurk effect uses the sounds ba, fa, and va, or sometimes ga, da, and ba. You see a person's lips move as if they are saying fa, but you hear the sound ba. Instead of clearly hearing one or the other, your brain often gives you va or da. Neither matches what you saw or heard exactly, but the brain settles on a sound that seems like a mix of the two. It chooses something that fits both the visual and audio cues as closely as possible. This effect was first described by Harry McGurk and John MacDonald in 1976. They were studying how children learn language and noticed that seeing a speaker's face could change what a listener thought they heard. They ran a series of tests and found that even adults experienced the effect. Since then, it has been repeated in many labs and languages, always with the same basic result. Vision influences what we hear. To try it for yourself, find a video where someone's lips clearly form the word ga, but the audio says ba. Most people who watch and listen at the same time report hearing da. If you close your eyes and only listen, the sound becomes ba again. The illusion disappears. If you watch without sound, you'll see ga, but together, your senses don't agree, and the brain resolves the conflict by inventing a new sound. This shows that speech perception is not based on sound alone. The brain uses information from the McGurk Effect is a strange and powerful example of how our senses work together. It shows that what we hear can be changed by what we see. When you watch a person say one sound but hear a different one, your brain mixes the two and produces a third sound. This doesn't happen because your hearing is faulty. It happens because your brain is trying to make sense of conflicting information in the most likely way it knows how. The most common version of the McGurk Effect uses the sounds ba, fa, and va, or sometimes ga, da, and ba. You see a person's lips move as if they are saying fa, but you hear the sound ba. Instead of clearly hearing one or the other, your brain often gives you va or da. Neither matches what you saw or heard exactly, but the brain settles on a sound that seems like a mix of the two. It chooses something that fits both the visual and audio cues as closely as possible. This effect was first described by Harry McGurk and John MacDonald in 1976. They were studying how children learn language and noticed that seeing a speaker's face could change what a listener thought they heard. They ran a series of tests and found that even adults experienced the effect. Since then, it has been repeated in many labs and languages, always with the same basic result. Vision influences what we hear. To try it for yourself, find a video where someone's lips clearly form the word ga, but the audio says ba. Most people who watch and listen at the same time report hearing da. If you close your eyes and only listen, the sound becomes ba again. The illusion disappears. If you watch without sound, you'll see ga. But together, your senses don't agree, and the brain resolves the conflict by inventing a new sound. This shows that speech perception is not based on sound alone. The brain uses information from multiple sources. It looks at the shape of the mouth, the position of the lips, and how the jaw moves. It also listens to the pitch, volume, and timing of the voice. Normally, these signals match. When they do, the brain has no trouble. But when they conflict, the brain must choose which to believe or find a middle ground. The McGurk Effect tells us that the brain doesn't separate sight and sound during speech. It combines them. This makes sense in everyday life. In noisy places, we often rely on lip movements to understand speech. Watching someone's face helps fill in the gaps when we can't hear clearly. The brain gives more weight to visual input than we might expect, especially when audio is unclear. This is why news reporters, teachers, and public speakers are easier to understand when you can see their faces. It's not just about hearing the words, it's about seeing them formed. The brain uses both types of input to build a clear message. That also explains why phone calls can be harder to follow than video calls. Without visual cues, we lose part of the signal. The McGurk Effect can also change based on language and culture. In some studies, people who speak certain languages show weaker or stronger versions of the effect. This may be because different languages use different speech sounds and rely more or less on lip shapes. It may also depend on how much a culture focuses on facial expression during conversation. Not everyone experiences the effect in the same way. Some people are more sensitive to the illusion than others. Factors like attention, hearing ability, and even age can change how strong the effect feels. Young children, older adults, and people with certain hearing conditions may notice the illusion differently. People with autism, for example, sometimes report a weaker McGurk Effect. This may relate to how they process visual and audio input separately, rather than combining them. This illusion also helps explain why dubbing in movies or poor video syncing can be distracting. When the mouth and voice don't match, your brain struggles to process the message. You may find the speech hard to follow or feel like something is wrong, even if you don't know why. That's your brain trying and failing to line up the two signals. The McGurk Effect also has implications for technology. Voice assistants, virtual meetings, and language learning apps all depend on audio and visual signals. If these signals don't match well, they can confuse users. Designers must take into account how the brain processes mixed input. That includes syncing audio with animation, choosing clear mouth movements, and avoiding delays. In classrooms, the effect shows how important it is. The Thatcher Effect is a visual illusion that shows how we process faces. When a face is shown upside down, it looks fairly normal, even if the eyes and mouth have been flipped upright within the inverted face. But when you turn the same image right side up, the face suddenly looks disturbing and wrong. The name comes from an altered photo of Margaret Thatcher, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, where this effect was first demonstrated. This illusion works because of how the brain recognizes faces. Human beings are extremely good at reading faces. We pick up on tiny details like where the eyes are looking, the shape of the mouth, or the position of eyebrows. This ability helps us understand emotion, attention, and identity. But this skill depends on seeing faces in the upright position. When a face is upside down, our face processing system breaks down. We can still recognize it as a face, but we miss key details. In the Thatcher Effect, a face is turned upside down. Then the eyes and mouth are rotated 180 degrees, so they are right side up within the inverted face. This creates a grotesque expression, but because the whole face is upside down, the brain doesn't notice the mismatch. You may glance at it and think it looks normal. Only when the image is flipped upright do you see the distortion. The eyes seem twisted. The mouth looks strange or angry. The face appears disfigured. You can test this easily. Take a photo of a person's face, flip the entire image upside down. Then, using any photo editor, rotate just the eyes and mouth so they are upright again. When you view the image upside down, it may seem odd but not shocking. Flip the image upright, and the strange features jump out right away. The difference is immediate and hard to ignore. This effect reveals that facial recognition is not just about individual parts. It's about how those parts relate to each other. We don't just look at a nose or an eye in isolation. We look at how the features are spaced, how they're angled, and how they move together. This is called the Thatcher Effect is a visual illusion that shows how we process faces. When a face is shown upside down, it looks fairly normal, even if the eyes and mouth have been flipped upright within the inverted face. But when you turn the same image right side up, the face suddenly looks disturbing and wrong. The name comes from an altered photo of Margaret Thatcher, the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, where this effect was first demonstrated. This illusion works because of how the brain recognizes faces. Human beings are extremely good at reading faces. We pick up on tiny details like where the eyes are looking, the shape of the mouth, or the position of eyebrows. This ability helps us understand emotion, attention, and identity. But this skill depends on seeing faces in the upright position. When a face is upside down, our face processing system breaks down. We can still recognize it as a face, but we miss key details. In the Thatcher Effect, a face is turned upside down. Then the eyes and mouth are rotated 180 degrees, so they are right side up within the inverted face. This creates a grotesque expression, but because the whole face is upside down, the brain doesn't notice the mismatch. You may glance at it and think it looks normal. Only when the image is flipped upright do you see the distortion. The eyes seem twisted. The mouth looks strange or angry. The face appears disfigured. You can test this easily. Take a photo of a person's face, flip the entire image upside down. Then, using any photo editor, rotate just the eyes and mouth so they are upright again. When you view the image upside down, it may seem odd but not shocking. Flip the image upright, and the strange features jump out right away. The difference is immediate and hard to ignore. This effect reveals that facial recognition is not just about individual parts. It's about how those parts relate to each other. We don't just look at a nose or an eye in isolation. We look at how the features are spaced, how they're angled, and how they move together. This is called configural processing. It's a key part of how we read faces. When a face is upright, the brain processes it holistically. It takes in the whole shape and how each part fits with the rest. When a face is upside down, the brain switches to processing each part separately. That makes it harder to notice that the eyes or mouth are rotated. We don't expect to see expressions clearly in upside-down faces, so we miss cues that we would normally catch. This is why the Thatcher effect doesn't work as well with non-face images. If you take a picture of a car or a house and flip parts of it, you will probably notice right away. That's because we don't have the same configural system for those objects. We tend to look at cars or buildings in terms of their parts, windows, doors, wheels, rather than as a unified whole. The Thatcher effect also works better with real human faces than with cartoons or drawings. The more lifelike the image, the more the illusion takes hold. This suggests that the effect is tied to brain systems specifically designed for face perception. One area involved is the fusiform face area, a region of the brain that activates when we see faces. It seems to rely on upright orientation to function at full strength. This illusion can also explain why we sometimes fail to recognize people when we see them upside down. You might not spot a familiar face if it's shown inverted. That's not because you've forgotten the face. It's because your recognition system isn't tuned to work well in that position. Once the face is upright, recognition is almost instant. The Thatcher effect helps scientists study how the brain handles visual information. It shows that perception depends not just on what we see, but on how the brain expects to see it. It also shows that we're not always aware of when our perception is limited. You might look at an upside-down face and think you're seeing it clearly, but the illusion proves otherwise. There are other illusions that work in a similar way. The face inversion effect refers to the general idea that people are worse at recognizing inverted faces compared to upright ones. This is not just about the Thatcher effect. It applies across many types of facial recognition tasks. People make more mistakes, respond more slowly, and miss emotional cues when faces are turned upside down. Another example is the composite face illusion. When two halves of different faces are aligned, they seem to blend into a new identity. But when the same halves are misaligned, the illusion weakens. This shows how the brain merges information from both sides of the face into one identity. The Thatcher effect. Ames Room is a distorted space that creates a powerful illusion. When you look at the room through a small peephole or camera, it seems normal. The walls look square, the floor looks flat, and the people inside appear to grow or shrink as they walk from one corner to the other. In one corner, a person may look like a giant. In the opposite corner, another person may look like a child. But they're both regular adults, standing in the same room at the same time. The illusion works because the room is not shaped the way it appears. It's a trapezoidal space designed to trick the eye. One side of the room is much closer to the viewer than the other. The floor slopes up on one side and down on the other. The ceiling and walls are angled, but they're painted and built to hide those angles when viewed from a specific point. If you move from that viewing spot, the illusion falls apart. But from the intended angle, the brain believes the room is rectangular. The Ames Room was invented by Adelbert Ames Jr. in 1946. He was interested in how the brain interprets size and distance. He knew that the visual system uses certain rules to make sense of space. One of those rules is that a room has straight walls and a level floor. When the brain sees those cues, it expects objects in the room to follow the same logic. That's why the illusion is so convincing. The viewer believes they're seeing a normal room, so they apply the usual rules of size and distance. Let's say two people are standing at opposite corners of the Ames Room. One person is closer to the viewer, but the room is built to hide that distance. Because the corners look the same size, the person closer to the viewer appears much larger. The person farther away appears smaller. Your brain assumes that both people are standing the same distance from you, so it interprets the size difference as real. In reality, the Ames Room is a distorted space that creates a powerful illusion. When you look at the room through a small peephole or camera, it seems normal. The walls look square, the floor looks flat, and the people inside appear to grow or shrink as they walk from one corner to the other. In one corner, a person may look like a giant. In the opposite corner, another person may look like a child. But they're both regular adults, standing in the same room at the same time. The illusion works because the room is not shaped the way it appears. It's a trapezoidal space designed to trick the eye. One side of the room is much closer to the viewer than the other. The floor slopes up on one side and down on the other. The ceiling and walls are angled, but they're painted and built to hide those angles when viewed from a specific point. If you move from that viewing spot, the illusion falls apart. But from the intended angle, the brain believes the room is rectangular. The Ames Room was invented by Adelbert Ames Jr. in 1946. He was interested in how the brain interprets size and distance. He knew that the visual system uses certain rules to make sense of space. One of those rules is that a room has straight walls and a level floor. When the brain sees those cues, it expects objects in the room to follow the same logic. That's why the illusion is so convincing. The viewer believes they're seeing a normal room, so they apply the usual rules of size and distance. Let's say two people are standing at opposite corners of the Ames Room. One person is closer to the viewer, but the room is built to hide that distance. Because the corners look the same size, the person closer to the viewer appears much larger. The person farther away appears smaller. Your brain assumes that both people are standing the same distance from you, so it interprets the size difference as real. In reality, it's a false depth cue. This illusion depends on forced perspective. That means the room is designed to work from only one point of view. All the angles, sizes, and lines are distorted to create the illusion from that one spot. If you walk into the room, you see the tricks: the sloped floor, the angled walls, the uneven windows. But from the viewing point, it all looks right. You can build a small version of the Ames Room with cardboard and a camera. Make one corner taller and deeper. Paint the walls with a checker pattern to help hide the angles. Then place two figures, like action figures or toys, in each corner. When you view the room from the front, one figure will look much larger than the other, but you'll know they're the same size. That's the power of the illusion. The Ames Room shows how vision is not just about the eye. It's about how the brain interprets what the eye sees. The brain uses rules and patterns to make sense of space. In most cases, those rules help, but in a setup like this, they can be fooled. The illusion reveals those mental shortcuts. One reason this illusion works so well is because we're used to seeing people in rooms. We know how big a person should look at a given distance. When that expectation is broken, we notice. The Ames Room twists those expectations without breaking them completely. The brain still sees a room, still sees people, and still applies the usual logic. But the outcome is wrong because the space is built to deceive. The illusion also plays with binocular vision. When we see with both eyes, we get depth information from the slight difference between each eye's view. That's called stereopsis. But the Ames Room is usually viewed with one eye through a peephole. That removes stereopsis and leaves the brain to rely on perspective, shading, and familiar shapes to judge depth. Without full 3D input, the illusion becomes stronger. This setup is often used in museums, science centers, and psychology labs. Visitors step into the room or look through the viewing point and see the size shift happen in real time. It's fun to watch someone walk from one side to the other, seeming to grow or shrink with each step. The room hasn't changed. The person hasn't changed. but the viewer's perception has. The Ames Room also has practical uses. It helps researchers study how the brain processes visual information. It shows that our sense of size and shape depends on assumptions. It also helps in fields like architecture and film, where forced perspective can create dramatic effects. In movies, directors sometimes use tricks based on this idea. They adjust the set to make actors appear larger or smaller than they really are. For example, in The Monty Hall problem is a classic example of how probability can go against common sense. It's based on a game show called Let's Make a Deal, hosted by Monty Hall. In the game, you are given a choice between 3 doors. Behind one door is a car. Behind the other 2 are goats. You pick one door. Monty, who knows what's behind the doors, opens one of the other 2, always showing you a goat. Then he asks if you want to stay with your original choice or switch to the other unopened door. Most people think it doesn't matter if you switch or stay. They believe the odds are now 50-50, but that's not true. If you switch, your chance of winning the car jumps from 1/3 to 2/3. This seems strange. It feels like both doors should be equally likely once one is opened, but the structure of the game changes the odds. To understand this, think about what happens when you first choose. There's a 1 in 3 chance the car is behind your chosen door. That means there's a 2 in 3 chance it's behind one of the other 2 doors. That doesn't change when Monty opens a door. His action gives you new information, but it doesn't reset the odds. He always reveals a goat, so that reveal is not random. It's based on what he knows. That's the key to the whole problem. Let's go through an example. Say you pick door 1. The car might be behind door 1, door 2, or door 3. All are equally likely at first. Monty then opens door 3 and shows a goat. Now you must choose, stay with door 1 or switch to door 2. If the car was behind door 1, your first pick, you win by staying. That happens 1/3 of the time. If the car was behind door 2, Monty opens door 3 and you win by switching. That happens 1/3 of the time. If the car was behind door 3, Monty opens door 2 and you win by switching. That also happens 1/3 of the time. So in 2 out of 3 cases, switching leads you to the car. Only 1 out of 3 times does staying win. That's how you get the 2/3 chance by switching. Monty's action removes one losing option, but only after your original pick is locked in. He's giving you extra information, and switching takes advantage of that. People often resist this answer. They say, now there are 2 doors, so it must be 50-50. That's where the mistake comes in. They treat Monty's reveal as a random act, but it's not. He never opens the door with the car. That makes his choice a signal. It tells you something about where the car might be. If he could open any door at random, the math would be different. But because his action depends on what's behind the doors, it changes the situation. Another way to see this is to expand the number of doors. Imagine the same game with 100 doors. One has a car, the rest have goats. You pick door 1. Now Monty opens 98 other doors, all showing goats. One door, let's say door 42, remains closed along with your original door 1. Would you stick with door 1 or switch to door 42? You had a 1 in 100 chance of picking the car at the start. That means there's a 99 in 100 chance the car is behind one of the other doors. Monty opens 98 of them and shows all goats. So the one remaining closed door, door 42, likely hides the car. Switching now clearly seems like the better choice. This version makes the logic easier to accept because the numbers are bigger. But the principle is the same with 3 doors. Your first pick is unlikely to be correct. Monty removes one of the wrong options, leaving you with a better alternative. The odds shift, not because the doors change, but because Monty's choice is based on his knowledge. You're not dealing with chance alone. You're responding to new information. This problem has confused people for decades. Even professional mathematicians and scientists have argued about it. Part of the reason is that human intuition is not well suited to conditional probability. We often ignore how extra information affects the situation. We focus on the immediate choice, 2 doors, and assume equal odds. But the key is to remember that your first choice still only had a 1 in 3 chance. That doesn't go away. You can test this by playing the game many times. Write down the results of staying versus switching. Over time, you'll see that switching wins about 2/3 of the time. The longer you play, the clearer the advantage becomes. It's a good example of how repeated trials can reveal patterns that are hard to see in single decisions. Some people still find the result unsatisfying. They want the explanation to feel right. But probability doesn't always match feeling. The Monty Hall problem shows that clearly. It teaches us that good decisions often require stepping back from intuition and looking at structure. In this case, that structure includes hidden information and strategic choice. Monty's role in the game is also important. He must know where the car is. He must always open a door with a goat. And he must always offer the chance to switch. If any of those conditions change, the odds change too. If he opens a door at random and sometimes reveals the car, then the game changes. If he only offers the switch sometimes, your chances also shift. The original setup is specific and must be followed exactly. The Monty Hall problem isn't just a game show puzzle. It applies to real-life decisions involving risk, uncertainty, and new information. In business, science, and everyday life, people often stick with their first choice, even when better options appear. They may do this out of loyalty, habit, or fear of regret. But the problem shows that sometimes switching is the smarter move, especially when new data comes from a source with knowledge. This effect is also a good example of Bayesian thinking, where you update your beliefs based on new information. You start with a low chance of success, your first pick. Then someone who knows the answer gives you a clue. By removing a wrong option, that clue should change your choice. It's not just a gut decision. It's a shift based on better odds. You don't need to know complex math to understand this. You only need to remember that Monty's action is not random. He's guiding you. And if your first choice was likely wrong, and he removes a wrong door from the rest, the remaining option becomes more likely to be right. That's the trick behind the Monty Hall problem, and why switching makes sense, even when it feels wrong. Benford's law describes a pattern found in many types of real-world numbers. It says that in sets of naturally occurring numbers, the number 1 appears as the first digit about 30% of the time. The number 2 comes next most often, then 3, and so on, with 9 showing up least often as the first digit. This is not random. It follows a clear mathematical rule. But it surprises most people because we often expect each digit from 1 to 9 to show up equally, around 11.1% each. That's not what happens in real-world data. This pattern shows up in a wide range of data sets. It appears in electricity bills, street addresses, population numbers, stock prices, lengths of rivers, and many other examples. It works best with numbers that span several orders of magnitude. That means the numbers range from very small to very large. For example, city populations might go from a few hundred people to millions. When numbers grow this way, they tend to follow Benford's law. Frank Benford, a physicist, discovered this pattern in 1938, but it was first noticed by Simon Newcomb in 1881. Newcomb saw that the earlier pages of logarithm books, where numbers beginning with 1 are found, were more worn than the later pages. He guessed people looked up numbers starting with 1 more often. Benford tested this idea with a wide range of data and confirmed that the pattern held across many fields. The law works because of how numbers grow. Think about starting with the number 1. To get to 2, you double it, but to go from 9 to 10, you only add 1. The jump from 1 to 2 is a 100% increase. The jump from 9 to 10 is just over 11%. Numbers spend more time beginning with 1 than they do beginning with 9 when they grow naturally. This uneven time leads to uneven frequency. We can write the rule in a formula. The probability that a number starts with digit D is PD equals log 10 1 plus 1D. For D equals 1, the formula gives log 10 1 plus 1 equals log 10 2, approximately 0.301 or 30.1%. For D equals 2, it's log 10 1 plus 1 plus half equals log 10 1.5. Approximately 0.176 or 17.6%. This continues down to 9, which has a probability of about 4.6%. Benford's law doesn't apply to every type of data. It doesn't work well for data that are assigned by humans, such as phone numbers, ID numbers, or prices that have been rounded. It also fails in small data sets, or in sets with a fixed minimum and maximum range. For example, if you collect shoe sizes or test scores, you won't see Benford's law, because those numbers don't span several orders of magnitude. The law is useful in several practical fields. One major use is in accounting and fraud detection. Because many financial records, like invoices, payments, and expense reports, follow Benford's pattern, deviations can suggest something unusual. If someone is making up numbers or manipulating data, they might assume each first digit should appear equally. That creates a pattern that doesn't match Benford's law. Auditors can spot this and investigate further. For example, if an accountant alters data to hide embezzlement, they might choose numbers starting with random digits. But in honest records, numbers starting with 1 should appear more often than those starting with 8 or 9. If the data shows too many 8s or 9s, it may raise a red flag. Benford's law doesn't prove fraud by itself, but it can point to where deeper checking is needed. Another use is in election data. Vote counts in fair elections often follow Benford's law, especially when voting areas have a wide range of population sizes. Analysts can look at the frequency of leading digits in vote totals. If the data matches the expected pattern, it may suggest that the votes are legitimate. If not, it might prompt closer review. Still, this use is controversial and must be handled carefully, because not all election data meets the conditions needed for Benford's law to apply. Scientists and statisticians also use the law to test models and predictions. If a simulation of real-world events does not produce numbers that follow Benford's law, it might mean the model needs adjustment. The law becomes a benchmark for whether synthetic data behaves like natural data. In computer science, Benford's law appears in file sizes, error rates, and some algorithm outputs. Engineers sometimes use it to test whether software is behaving as expected. Because the law is based on how digits spread across different scales, it shows up in places where data is shaped by growth, decay, or human activity across time. Let's go back to the idea of river lengths. Say you collect the lengths of hundreds of rivers around the world. The longest rivers stretch over 6,000 kilometers. Some are only a few hundred kilometers long. That range, from hundreds to thousands, creates the conditions for Benford's law. When you look at the first digits of these river lengths, you find that 1 appears most often. This doesn't happen by design. It happens because the numbers themselves follow a natural distribution that favors smaller leading digits. You can try this yourself with publicly available data. Download a large set of natural numbers, like population data for cities, financial statements, or street addresses, and check the first digits. Count how many times each digit from 1 to 9 shows up at the start. Then compare your results to Benford's expected percentages. The match is often very close. There's no need for complex math to appreciate how the law works. It comes down to how often numbers spend time in certain ranges. Since 1 to 2 takes more space on a logarithmic scale than 8 to 9, more numbers fall into that range. The law reflects this imbalance. Benford's law is not magic. It's a mathematical outcome of how numbers grow and spread across scales. But it feels surprising because it goes against the idea of fairness or uniformity. We expect digits to be evenly distributed, especially when picking numbers at random. But in real-world settings, randomness doesn't behave that way. The law shows us that in nature, numbers often have structure. They carry patterns that reflect the processes that created them. The fact that something as simple as a first digit can tell us so much about data quality, fraud, or natural processes makes Benford's law a powerful tool. It doesn't explain every set of numbers, but when it fits, it reveals the quiet order beneath large, complex data. Understanding that pattern gives us another way to read the numbers we deal with every day. Simpson's paradox happens when a pattern appears in separate groups of data, but either disappears or reverses when you combine the groups. It can make data seem to tell one story when it actually tells another. This paradox can mislead people into drawing the wrong conclusions if they don't look closely at how the data is organized. Imagine two hospitals. Hospital A has a higher success rate for surgery in both high-risk and low-risk patients compared to Hospital B. That makes it sound like Hospital A is better. But when you combine all the patients from both hospitals, Hospital B ends up with the higher overall success rate. How can that be? It happens because the number of high-risk and low-risk patients at each hospital is different. Hospital A treats more high-risk cases, which have lower success rates. Hospital B treats more low-risk cases. So even though Hospital A performs better in both categories, its overall average looks worse because it handles harder cases. The trend reverses when you group all the data together. This is Simpson's paradox. Let's look at another example with college admissions. Suppose a university has two departments, one in science and one in arts. Department A accepts 80 out of 100 male applicants and 20 out of 25 female applicants. Department B accepts 30 out of 50 male applicants and 10 out of 20 female applicants. In both departments, the acceptance rate for women is higher than for men. But now combine the data. Total male applicants, 150 with 110 accepted. Total female applicants, 45 with 30 accepted. That gives an overall acceptance rate of 73% for men and 67% for women. It now looks like women have a lower acceptance rate, even though they had a higher rate in each department. The reason? More women applied to the harder-to-enter department. That shift in distribution changes the overall result. This paradox shows the importance of context. Data often needs to be broken down into relevant groups before you can interpret it. If you only look at the totals, you may miss key patterns. Simpson's paradox warns us that summary statistics can hide important details. It also teaches us about lurking variables. A lurking variable is one that influences the relationship between other variables but isn't part of the analysis. In the hospital example, the lurking variable is patient risk level. In the admissions case, it's department choice. These hidden factors change the meaning of the results. Without accounting for them, you get a false picture. Simpson's paradox appears in many fields: medicine, economics, sports, and social science. It can affect decisions about treatment, funding, or policy. That makes it more than a mathematical curiosity. It's a real-world issue that affects how people interpret evidence. In sports, it might show up in batting averages. Suppose a baseball player has a better average than another player in the first half of the season and again in the second half. You'd expect that player to have the better average overall. But if the number of times at bat is very different in each half, the totals may favor the other player. Averages alone don't always tell the full story. In medicine, the paradox might appear in treatment comparisons. A drug might perform better for both men and women when tested separately. But when you combine the data, the drug looks less effective than the alternative. That might be because more people with severe illness took the drug, lowering its overall success rate. Without separating by illness severity, you miss the true pattern. This is why randomized controlled trials often split participants into subgroups based on age, gender, severity, or other traits. The goal is to prevent misleading results caused by uneven group sizes or distributions. If you only look at overall averages, you might choose the wrong treatment or conclude that something doesn't work when it actually does. Simpson's paradox also applies to business and economics. Suppose two stores each show increased sales in two separate regions, but when combined, the total sales for the company go down. That can happen if the region with falling sales makes up most of the revenue. The smaller increases in the other regions don't make up for the drop in the largest one. Again, grouping hides the real dynamics. This paradox can even affect public opinion. Imagine a politician's approval rating goes up in every age group. You'd expect their overall approval to rise too. But if the age group that strongly supports them shrinks in size while another grows, the total rating might fall. The group sizes, not the individual trends, drive the final number. Understanding Simpson's paradox helps people avoid incorrect decisions. You learn to ask better questions. Who is in the data? Are the groups balanced? Is something missing from the analysis? These questions guide better thinking. The paradox also challenges the idea that data speaks for itself. Data needs interpretation, and that process depends on structure. If you change how data is grouped, you can get very different answers. That's why good analysis looks at the data from multiple angles, not just the total outcome. To prevent this kind of mistake, analysts often use stratified analysis. That means breaking data into meaningful categories and comparing them side by side. You might also use statistical controls to adjust for known lurking variables. Regression models, for example, can account for differences between groups and isolate the true effect of each variable. Another approach is to use visual tools like bar charts or scatter plots. These can make patterns and outliers easier to see. When you look at the data in pieces instead as a whole, you often find the real story hiding behind the totals. Simpson's paradox is not a flaw in statistics. It's a feature of how averages behave when group sizes are uneven. It reminds us that context and structure matter. It shows that what looks true at one level may not hold at another. Careful thinking and clear presentation are key to avoiding false conclusions. When you see a surprising trend in data, one that goes against your expectations, it's good to check the subgroups. Ask whether the data has been grouped in a way that makes sense. Consider whether a lurking variable might be at work. Don't trust the summary alone. Dig deeper. That's what Simpson's paradox teaches us. It's not just about numbers. It's about how we think through the patterns those numbers show. A birthday paradox shows how human intuition can fail when it comes to probability. Most people think it takes a large group, maybe 50 or 60 people, before two people in the group are likely to share the same birthday. But in reality, you only need 23 people in a room for the chance of a shared birthday to be more than 50%. That result feels wrong at first, which is why it's called a paradox. But when you break it down, the math is clear. Start with the basic question. What are the chances that no one in a group shares a birthday? Once you know that, you can subtract the result from 1 to find the chance that at least 2 people do share a birthday. It's easier to calculate the chance of no matches than trying to count all the ways people could have the same birthday. Assume birthdays are spread evenly across 365 days of the year. Ignore leap years and assume no special clustering of birthdays in particular months. This makes the math clean and the result easier to see. If there's just one person in the room, the chance that someone else has the same birthday is 0. There's no one else to compare with. Now add a second person. The chance that the second person has a different birthday than the first is 364 out of 365. That's about 99.7%. Now add a third person. The chance that this person does not match either of the first 2 birthdays is 363 out of 365. Multiply this by the earlier result to get the probability that all 3 birthdays are different. So you have person 1, no restriction, 100%, person 2, 364 over 365. Person 3, 363 over 365. Multiply these together. 364 over 365 times 363 equals 0.9918, or 99.18%. This process continues. With each new person, the probability that their birthday doesn't match any of the previous ones drops slightly. By the time you reach 23 people, the probability that all birthdays are different drops below 50%. That means the chance that at least 2 people share a birthday is just over 50%. The exact number is about 50.7%. With 30 people, a chance jumps to about 70%. With 50 people, it rises to about 97%. And with 75 people, it's nearly certain, over 99.9%. The reason this feels surprising is because people often think in terms of one-to-one comparisons. They imagine one person comparing their birthday with everyone else's. But the paradox isn't about just one person. It's about all the possible pairs of people in the group. In a group of 23 people, there are 253 unique pairs. That's because each person can be paired with every other person once. The number of pairs in a group of n people is calculated using the formula n times n minus 1 divided by 2. So for 23 people, 23 times 22 divided by 2 equals 253. Each of these 253 pairs has a chance of matching birthdays. That creates a lot of opportunities for a match, even in a small group. The more pairs you have, the greater the chance of at least one match. That's why the probability increases so quickly. The number of comparisons grows much faster than the number of people. This paradox helps explain why coincidences are more common than we expect. Our brains are not good at judging probability when many comparisons are involved. We tend to underestimate how quickly the odds grow when multiple events can happen. You can try this in a classroom or at a party. Ask everyone their birthday. If you have 23 or more people, chances are good that 2 will share the same day. When it happens, it feels surprising. When it doesn't, it's tempting to say the paradox is wrong. But remember, 50% chance doesn't mean it always happens. It means it will happen about half the time. Like flipping a coin, you may not get the result you expect on the first try, but it becomes reliable over repeated tests. This idea also shows up in computing. Hash functions, used to store or search for data, sometimes produce collisions. 2 inputs that give the same result. The birthday paradox helps estimate how many entries you can store before collisions become likely. It's called the birthday problem in cryptography. Developers use the logic behind it to design safer systems. For example, if a hashing system uses 128-bit values, it seems like there are so many possible values that a match would be nearly impossible. But due to the birthday effect, the chance of a collision becomes noticeable after only 2 to the 64th entries, not 2 to the 128. That's still a huge number, but it's far smaller than expected. Cryptographers account for this when designing secure algorithms. The paradox also explains why you often hear stories about unexpected coincidences. Someone meets another person on vacation who shares their birthday, or they get seated next to someone on a plane who knows a mutual friend. These events feel rare, but they're not as unlikely as they seem. In any large enough group, patterns and coincidences are almost guaranteed to appear. Let's say a company has 365 employees. It's almost certain that at least one pair shares a birthday. In fact, there's a good chance that more than one pair does. Even with just 40 or 50 employees, you'll usually find one shared birthday. That result doesn't mean birthdays are clustered. It means the math favors repetition as group size increases. This effect is also a reminder that human intuition often struggles with probability. We think of rare events as more unusual than they are. The birthday paradox offers a clear, testable way to see this problem in action. It's simple to explain, easy to test, and always useful when discussing how probability works. If you want to explore further, you can calculate the exact probability that all birthdays are different for any group size. Multiply the fractions like this: 364 over 365 for the second person, 363 over 365 for the third, 362 over 365 for the fourth, and so on, down to 365 minus n plus 1 over 365. Multiply all these values together and subtract the result from 1. That gives the probability that at least 2 people share a birthday. You'll find that the crossover point, the group size where the chance becomes greater than 50%, lands at 23. That's what makes the birthday paradox such a powerful example. It looks simple, but the result defies expectation. It's not about birthdays at all. It's about how we think. Russell's paradox is a puzzle in logic and mathematics that challenges how we think about sets. A set is just a collection of things. It might contain numbers, letters, or even other sets. But what happens when we try to define a set that contains other sets in a specific way? Start with the idea that some sets contain themselves. For example, if we define a set that includes all things that are not people, then the set itself is not a person, so it belongs in the set. That's a set that contains itself. But if we define a set that includes only cats, then the set itself is not a cat, so it does not contain itself. That's a set that does not contain itself. Now here's where the paradox begins. Imagine a set called R. This set includes every set that does not contain itself. So if a set A does not include itself as a member, then A belongs in R. But now ask, does R contain itself? If R contains itself, then by its own rule, it should not contain itself, because it only contains sets that do not contain themselves. But if R does not contain itself, then it fits the rule of being a set that does not contain itself, and so it should contain itself. This creates a contradiction. Whether we say R contains itself or doesn't contain itself, we run into a logical problem. That's the heart of Russell's paradox. It may sound like wordplay, but this problem is serious. It revealed a flaw in early set theory, the branch of mathematics that deals with collections. At the time, many mathematicians believed that any clear description could define a set. So if you could write a rule like all red things or all numbers greater than 10, you had a valid set. Bertrand Russell, a philosopher and logician, found this paradox in 1901. He realized that this way of defining sets led to contradictions. If you allow all possible definitions, you can define sets that behave in impossible ways. Russell's example showed that some ideas, even if they sound reasonable, cannot be allowed if you want to avoid logical inconsistency. Let's look at a simpler version to make the problem easier to grasp. Imagine a town with only one barber. This barber shaves all the people in town who do not shave themselves, and only those people. So if a man in the town does not shave himself, the barber shaves him, but the barber never shaves anyone who already shaves himself. Now ask, who shaves the barber? If the barber shaves himself, then he must not shave himself, because he only shaves people who don't shave themselves. But if he doesn't shave himself, then he should shave himself, because he shaves all people who don't shave themselves. Again, a contradiction. This is the same structure as Russell's paradox. The barber is like the set R. Trying to apply the rule to itself breaks the rule. The problem here is with self-reference. When you define something that includes or excludes itself based on a condition that involves itself, you can create contradictions. This issue doesn't show up in most everyday math. But when you try to build the foundations of math using logic and set theory, it matters a lot. Any contradiction means the whole system could break down. After Russell shared his paradox, mathematicians had to rethink how they defined sets. They couldn't keep allowing any rule to define a set. Some rules had to be excluded, even if they sounded reasonable. This led to more careful systems of set theory, like Zermelo-Fraenkel set theory, often called ZF or ZFC when it includes the axiom of choice. In these systems, sets are built step by step. You start with basic sets and use specific rules to create new ones. This avoids the kind of unrestricted definitions that lead to Russell's paradox. For example, in ZF set theory, you're not allowed to form a set by saying all sets that do not contain themselves. The rules simply don't permit that kind of set to exist. Russell also worked with Alfred North Whitehead to write Principia Mathematica, a massive effort to rebuild mathematics from logical foundations. In that book, they introduced the theory of types. In this theory, objects belong to levels or types. A set of apples is one type. A set of sets of apples is another. And a set cannot contain itself because it belongs to a higher type than its members. This hierarchy blocks the self-reference that causes the paradox. While type theory helped, it made things more complex. Later systems like ZF chose a different route, using axioms to guide what kinds of sets are allowed. Both approaches aimed at the same goal, keeping the system free of contradiction. Russell's paradox also influenced work in logic and computer science. It led to the understanding that systems need safeguards. In programming, similar self-referential loops can crash systems or cause strange behavior. That's why programming languages often include rules to prevent functions from calling themselves in ways that never end. Another area affected by the paradox is philosophy. Questions about self-reference, truth, and meaning come up in debates about language and thought. The paradox shows that language can fail when it turns back on itself. It challenges the idea that every well-formed sentence or concept must be meaningful or consistent. Russell's paradox also connects to Gödel's incompleteness theorems. In the 1930s, Kurt Gödel showed that any system powerful enough to describe arithmetic will contain true statements it cannot prove, and that the system cannot prove its own consistency. These results were partly inspired by problems like Russell's. They show that there are limits to what logic and math can do. Russell's paradox is more than a clever trick. It's a warning. It shows that careful thinking is needed, even at the very base of math. Just because something seems like a good definition doesn't mean it works. If we allow anything that sounds logical, we risk building systems that collapse. You might think of it like building a bridge. You can't just stack pieces of wood any way you want. If you ignore basic principles, the whole structure falls. In the same way, if you let sets define themselves without rules, you build math on shaky ground. Even today, students learning set theory are taught this paradox early on. It helps them see that definitions need structure. It's not enough to write a rule that sounds right. You have to be sure it fits within the system's rules. Russell's paradox stands as a clear example of what goes wrong when logic turns on itself. A two envelopes problem starts simply. You're given two envelopes. Each contains money. One has twice as much as the other. You don't know which is which. You pick one. Before opening it, someone asks, "Do you want to switch?" At first, it seems like it doesn't matter. Each envelope has an equal chance of being the one with more money. If you switch or stay, the odds look the same. But once you start thinking about what might be inside, things get tricky. Let's say you open your envelope and find $100. You now reason that the other envelope must either have $50 or $200. You think both are equally likely, and so the other envelope seems more valuable on average. That makes switching look like the smart move. But the logic doesn't stop there. If you switch and see a new amount, you can repeat the same reasoning. No matter what you see, switching always looks better. That leads to a loop. You always want to switch, even after you already switched. It never ends. This loop seems logical, but something must be wrong. You can't improve your chances just by endlessly switching. The trick lies in how the reasoning treats the contents of the envelopes. You assume both outcomes, half or double, are equally likely. But that's not necessarily true. That assumption doesn't hold up without knowing how the envelopes were filled in the first place. To see why this matters, imagine how the money might be placed in the envelopes. If the game maker picks an amount at random and then places double in the second envelope, the numbers are not symmetric. Suppose they pick $50 and put it in one envelope, then $100 in the other. If you open your envelope and see $100, it must have come from a $50 base. There's no way it came from 200 being halved, because 200 was never a possible starting point. But if the process allows any amount, including very large ones, the logic changes. Without knowing that setup, your reasoning about what might be in the other envelope has no solid ground. There's another way to think about this. The amount in your envelope is a real number, but in your head, you're treating it like a midpoint between two unknowns, half or double. You treat those two options as equal, but they aren't. One of those values may be far more likely than the other, depending on how the money was chosen. If the game avoids very large or very small amounts, your assumptions about the other envelope being worth double start to break down. Now imagine someone tells you they used a fixed list of amounts, like $10, $20, $40, and so on. They randomly chose one to be the smaller amount and doubled it for the second envelope. That means certain amounts appear in the game more often than others. If you open an envelope and see $40, it might be the smaller value or it might be the larger one. But if 40 is not on the list of starting values, it can't be the smaller amount at all. In that case, the only possibility is that it's the larger one. That means the other envelope holds half, so switching would be a bad move. The problem then is not just about switching or staying. It's about how you evaluate what's in the other envelope. If you assume each outcome is equally likely, you end up trapped in circular logic. But that assumption is not based on facts. It's based on a guess. This is why some versions of the problem never let you look in the envelope. They ask whether switching helps before you open anything. In that case, there's no information at all, and both envelopes seem equally likely. Without more to go on, switching changes nothing. You have a fair chance either way. Other versions let you open the envelope. Then you try to estimate what's in the other one. But if you don't know how the money was picked, you can't make a solid guess. You're assigning value to a mystery without knowing what's behind it. That makes your logic shaky, no matter how good it feels. This problem is used in decision theory to show how our reasoning can fall apart when it's built on weak assumptions. The endless loop, always wanting to switch, is a warning sign. It tells you the logic is missing a solid base. Some people try to fix the problem by creating rules. For example, you could decide in advance to switch only if the amount you see is below a certain number. That breaks the loop, but only because it adds a structure that wasn't there before. It doesn't solve the deeper issue. The paradox still works if your logic treats all possible values the same without considering how likely they are. You can also look at it from a real-world point of view. If a stranger gives you two envelopes and says one has twice as much money, and you open one and see cash, you might feel tempted to switch. But unless you know something about how the envelopes were filled, how much was possible, what the range was, how the amounts were selected, then your guess about the other envelope is just that, a guess. The paradox tricks you by making the numbers look convincing. You imagine a 50-50 chance of gaining or losing, and it feels like the gain is bigger than the loss. That tilt makes switching look smarter, but the setup doesn't support that assumption. You're building a decision on an idea that sounds logical, but has no foundation. This is what makes the two envelopes problem interesting. It exposes how we think about risk and reward. It reveals how quickly our reasoning can lead us into loops. We look for better choices, assume we have equal odds, and get stuck chasing an advantage that may not exist. Without clear rules about how the game works, there's no way to decide correctly.
any reasoning that says you should always switch or never switch is built on uncertainty. And once you see that, the loop starts to make sense. It's not a mistake in the math. It's a signal that the question is built on incomplete information. The envelope you picked has a fixed value. The one you didn't pick is unknown. If you try to make a decision based only on a guess, the paradox will keep pulling you into circles. You'll always wonder if the other envelope might be better, and the logic will always seem to support switching. But the moment you switch, the same logic tells you to switch again. It never settles. That's the core of the problem. Not the money or the envelopes, but the way uncertain logic can lead to endless doubt. The paradox holds up a mirror to how we think, and how easy it is to overthink when the facts are unclear.
Gabriel's horn is a shape that looks simple but behaves in a surprising way. You get it by taking a curve and spinning it around an axis. The curve used is one that gets smaller as it moves away from the origin, never touching the axis, but getting closer and closer forever. This kind of shape stretches out to infinity, yet somehow it holds only a finite amount of space inside. At the same time, its surface area grows without limit. That combination, finite volume with infinite surface area, feels impossible at first. To picture it, imagine drawing a curve that starts high on the left and moves downward to the right, always getting closer to the horizontal axis, but never quite reaching it. Now take that curve and spin it around the axis like a potter's wheel. What you get is a horn shape, wide at the front, narrowing toward the end, and stretching out forever. The wider end is open, and the narrow end goes off to infinity. It looks like a trumpet or an old-fashioned horn, which is why it's called Gabriel's horn. The name comes from the angel Gabriel, who is often shown with a trumpet. At first, nothing seems strange about this shape. It gets thinner and thinner, so you might expect its volume to be small. But it goes on forever, so you might also expect it to have infinite size. Here's where things get tricky. The space inside, the volume, is finite. If you could fill it with paint, you'd need only a fixed amount. But if you wanted to paint the outside surface, you'd never finish. The surface goes on forever and has no limit. This result confuses most people the first time they hear it. It sounds like a trick. How can you have a shape that you can fill but not cover? One way to make sense of it is to think about how volume and surface area are different. Volume measures how much space is inside a shape. It depends on the thickness of the shape. Surface area, on the other hand, is about the skin, how much area wraps around the shape. Gabriel's horn starts with a curve that drops quickly and then flattens out. When the curve is close to the axis, the thickness of the horn becomes very small. So small that each added slice adds almost nothing to the total volume. Because of that, even though the horn keeps going, it doesn't add much more space inside. The sum of those tiny amounts ends up being a fixed total. But when you look at the surface area, the story changes. Each slice might be thin, but the surface still wraps around it. The wrapping doesn't shrink fast enough to stop the total surface from growing. As a result, the total surface area never stops increasing. No matter how far you go, there's always more surface to cover. This idea becomes easier to grasp if you compare it to something physical. Imagine trying to build a long, narrow cone from paper. The cone gets thinner as it goes, but if you stretch it long enough, the total amount of paper needed to wrap the cone keeps growing. The area needed to cover the outside doesn't shrink fast enough to stay within limits. Now think about paint. Suppose you want to pour paint inside Gabriel's horn. You'd only need a certain amount to fill the inside. But now imagine trying to coat the outside with that same paint. Since the surface area is infinite, you'd never have enough. That seems odd, because if you have enough paint to fill the inside, you'd expect to have enough to coat the outside. But in this case, you don't. This leads to a famous thought experiment. Could you fill Gabriel's horn with paint, but never be able to paint the outside with it? The answer is yes, at least in theory. Of course, in real life, you can't build something that goes on forever. But in mathematics, the shape is well defined and the rules are clear. Gabriel's horn challenges your sense of space and size. It shows that infinity behaves differently than we expect. You might think that if something stretches to infinity, it must have infinite volume too. But this shape proves that's not always true. It teaches that infinity can appear in some parts of a shape but not others. This paradox has a solid place in calculus, the branch of math that studies change and accumulation. Calculus lets us measure things that go on forever, as long as they shrink fast enough. If a shape gets small quickly, the total volume can stay within bounds. But if the shrinking is not fast enough when applied to the surface, then the area becomes infinite. That's exactly what happens with Gabriel's horn. There's a similar effect in the real world when you deal with fractals, shapes that show fine detail no matter how much you zoom in. Some fractals also have finite area but infinite perimeter, or other combinations that defy common sense. Like Gabriel's horn, they stretch our understanding of shape and space. You could also compare the horn to stacking boxes or pouring water into a funnel. Imagine a funnel that gets narrower and narrower, but goes on forever. It might take only a certain amount of water to fill, even though it has no end. Yet trying to paint its surface could be impossible if the sides stretch out in just the right way. Gabriel's horn is a precise version of that idea. The paradox helps explain why math is useful, not just for counting or measuring, but also for thinking clearly. It gives tools to deal with things we can't build or see, but can still reason about. Gabriel's horn is one of those shapes that exists not in the real world, but in the world of pure thought, and it behaves in a way that our senses would never expect. The horn forces you to separate your everyday experience from abstract reasoning. You can't rely on gut feeling to say whether something infinite must also be huge. Sometimes it is, but sometimes it's not. The shape shows that the same object can have both limits and no limits, depending on how you measure it. You can describe Gabriel's horn in terms of beauty or oddity, but what makes it powerful is its precision. It obeys the rules of math exactly, even when the result feels strange. That's what makes it valuable as a teaching tool. It invites people to ask questions and to think more carefully about what terms like infinite and finite really mean. Gabriel's horn doesn't trick you. It just reveals something deeper. When you see a shape that stretches out forever, yet holds a fixed amount inside, it makes you pause. That pause is where real thinking begins. Hilbert's Infinite Hotel is a thought experiment that explores how infinity works. Imagine a hotel with an infinite number of rooms. Each room is numbered with a whole number, 1, 2, 3, and so on. Every room is full. Still, the manager finds ways to fit more guests. This idea sounds strange at first, but it follows the rules of mathematics. It shows how infinite sets behave differently than what we're used to with finite numbers. Suppose a new guest arrives at the hotel. You're told every room is already taken. In a normal hotel, there's nothing you can do. But at Hilbert's hotel, the manager comes up with a plan. He tells the guest in room 1 to move to room 2. The guest in room 2 moves to room 3. The guest in room 3 moves to room 4. Every guest shifts one room up. That leaves room 1 empty, ready for the new guest. Now think about what just happened. The hotel was full. No empty rooms existed. Yet the manager made room for someone new. He didn't build more rooms. He didn't kick anyone out. He just rearranged the guests. Because the number of rooms is infinite, this shift can continue forever. Every guest moves to a higher number and no one gets left out. Now imagine something bigger. Instead of one new guest, a bus arrives with an infinite number of new guests. The manager isn't worried. He comes up with another plan. This time, he tells the current guest in room 1 to move to room 2. The guest in room 2 moves to room 4. The guest in room 3 moves to room 6. Everyone doubles their room number. Now all the odd-numbered rooms, 1, 3, 5, and so on, are empty. Those rooms can hold the new guests from the bus. The manager gives the first guest from the bus room 1, the second guest room 3, the third guest room 5, and so on. Every new guest gets a room. None of the current guests lose theirs. Again, the hotel makes space without adding more rooms. This idea shows that infinite sets don't follow the same rules as finite sets. If you have 10 full rooms and add one more person, you need an 11th room. If you have 100 people and 100 rooms, there's no space for more. But with infinite rooms, you can always find a way to fit in more guests. That's because the set of natural numbers, the counting numbers, goes on without end. Let's take it further. What if 2 buses arrive, each with an infinite number of guests? The manager can still make it work. He starts by using a trick with even and odd numbers. The guests already in the hotel move again, this time to even-numbered rooms. Guest 1 goes to room 2. Guest 2 goes to room 4. Guest 3 goes to room 6. That frees up all the odd-numbered rooms again. Then, the manager assigns the first bus to the odd-numbered rooms, starting for room 1. Guest 1 from the first bus gets room 1. Guest 2 gets room 3. Guest 3 gets room 5, and so on. For the second bus, he skips ahead. He can use the spaces between these patterns or devise a numbering system that handles 2 or more infinite groups. For example, he can assign each bus its own sequence of multiples or use prime numbers. The details aren't as important as the core idea. Infinity has room. Now what if an infinite number of buses arrive? Each bus carries an infinite number of guests. This situation sounds impossible, but Hilbert's hotel still finds a way. The manager now uses a more advanced method. He treats each guest's position as a pair, the bus number and the seat number. For example, guest 5 from bus 3 is written as 3, 5. He then uses a mathematical system to list every pair in a single sequence, one after another, without missing any. One way to do this is to arrange the pairs in a grid. He reads the grid diagonally, going through one pair at a time in a zigzag. This approach lets him match every guest to a room number. It proves that even though there are infinitely many buses and infinitely many guests per bus, you can still match them to the infinite rooms. It just takes the right plan. Hilbert's hotel shows that infinity doesn't behave like we expect. In a finite world, space runs out. You can't squeeze more people into a full room. But in an infinite system, you can always make space by shifting things around. That's because infinity has no edge. There's always a next number, always another room. This example helps explain how infinite sets work in math. Not all infinities are the same. Some infinite sets can be matched to each other, 1 to 1. These sets are called countably infinite. The rooms in Hilbert's hotel and the natural numbers are both countably infinite. Even the pairs of numbers from the buses are countable. You can list them, even if the list never ends. But some infinities are larger than others. For example, the set of real numbers between 0 and 1 is uncountable. You can't list them all, even with infinite time. No matter how you try, some numbers will always be left out. This shows that there are different sizes of infinity, a concept that goes against everyday experience. Hilbert's infinite hotel also helps people understand how math treats limits and endless processes. It's not about real hotels or actual buildings. It's about logic and structure. The thought experiment doesn't break any rules of mathematics. It just plays them out to their extreme. You can use this idea to explore other areas too. In computer science, for example, infinite loops or recursive functions sometimes reflect similar logic. In physics, questions about the size of the universe or the nature of time often touch on the concept of infinity. Hilbert's hotel offers a clear, simple model to test our thinking. This scenario was first created by the mathematician David Hilbert to show the strange properties of infinite sets. He didn't design it as a real place, but as a way to teach and to stretch the mind. The hotel isn't bound by physical walls. It's built with ideas. In that space, even when every room is full, there's always room for more. The brain in a vat is a thought experiment used in philosophy to question how we know what is real. Imagine that you are not a person with a body, but just a brain sitting in a vat. Wires run from the brain to a supercomputer. The computer sends signals to the brain that mimic everything you would normally feel: touch, sight, sound, pain, warmth. If the signals are perfect, the brain has no way to tell the difference between a real world and a simulated one. This idea might sound like science fiction, but it is used to explore real questions in philosophy. How do you know your experiences are real? Can you trust your senses? Could everything you feel, see, or remember be part of a computer program? The thought experiment is a modern version of older questions. In the 1600s, the philosopher René Descartes asked how we can be sure we are not being tricked by an evil demon. That demon could create an illusion so complete that we believe we live in a world that does not exist. Descartes looked for something he could not doubt, and he settled on the fact that he was thinking. His famous line, "I think, therefore I am," is based on the idea that even if everything is false, the fact that he was thinking at all meant he existed in some form. The brain in a vat replaces the demon with a computer, but the question remains the same. If you were just a brain, disconnected from the real world, could you ever know? If all your experiences come from a machine, how can you be sure anything is real? To understand this better, imagine a brain removed from a body and kept alive in a tank of fluid. Electrodes connect it to a computer that sends it signals. The brain receives a stream of information that tells it, you are sitting in a chair, you are drinking coffee, you are reading these words. But none of this is happening. There is no chair, no coffee, no room. There is only a brain, a vat, and a machine feeding it inputs. The brain reacts to the signals as if they were real. It sends signals back to the computer as if it were moving its hands or speaking. The computer takes those signals and uses them to shape the next set of inputs. From the brain's point of view, it is alive and active in a real world. But everything is false. Now ask yourself, how would you prove that you are not in that situation right now? Could you perform a test to show you are not a brain in a vat? If all your data comes from the computer, even your test results could be fake. If you try to pinch yourself, the pain you feel could just be part of the program. If you look around the room, the colors and shapes could be an illusion. You might even believe you once traveled to another country or graduated from school, but all those memories could be created by the machine. The problem is not just that this could be true. The deeper issue is that if you can't prove it false, then your sense of knowledge becomes weak. Much of what we know about the world comes from our senses. If those senses can be faked, what does that say about our knowledge? Some philosophers respond by saying that the worry doesn't matter. They argue that if your experiences are consistent and coherent, then your world is real enough. You may not know if it matches an outside world, but if it works for you, then it still counts. Others argue that we should not believe something unless we can rule out these kinds of extreme doubts. There are also questions about language. If you say, "I see a tree," and you are a brain in a vat, what does the word tree mean? In your world, a tree is just a pattern of signals. Some philosophers argue that words must be connected to real things. If you have never seen a real tree, your use of the word tree might not mean anything. Others say the meaning comes from how the word works in your system, even if the system is fake. This thought experiment also connects to modern technology. Virtual reality, brain-machine interfaces, and artificial intelligence all bring the idea closer to real life.
Scientists can already send simple signals to brains. They can make a mouse feel like it's in a different place by stimulating parts of its brain. As the technology grows, the idea of fooling a brain completely may become more than a theory. In popular culture, the movie The Matrix shows a version of this idea. People live in a simulated world created by machines. They eat, sleep, and work in a world that isn't real. Their brains are in pods, connected to a giant program. Only when one of them escapes does he realize that everything he believed was a lie. The brain in a vat pushes us to ask hard questions about trust and reality. It challenges the idea that experience leads directly to truth. It asks whether we can ever be certain about the world outside our minds. But it also highlights something else, that thinking and awareness seem to stand apart. Even if the world is fake, the brain still processes information. It still thinks. It still wonders. That leads back to Descartes and his claim that the act of thinking is proof of existence, even if the nature of that existence is unclear. Some people find the thought experiment unsettling. Others see it as a useful way to sharpen their thinking. Either way, it forces you to look closely at how much of your life depends on your senses and how much trust you place in the idea that they reflect something real. Even if you never find a final answer, just asking the question, "What if I am a brain in a vat?" can change how you think about knowledge, truth, and the mind. It may not lead to certainty, but it does open the door to deeper understanding. The experiment reminds you that what feels real might not be, and what is real may be forever out of reach. A person joins a new team. They hold back in the first meeting, not because they don't care, but because they don't want to seem naive or make the wrong call. They wait for someone else to go first. Others in the room are doing the same. No one wants to speak until they're sure they'll be received well. But the room stays quiet. Each person is waiting for a signal that never comes. This is the trust paradox. Trust feels like something you should wait for, but it often only shows up after you take the first step to offer it. Most people want trust in their relationships, work, and communities. They want others to be honest, to follow through, to show loyalty. But at the same time, they don't want to risk being hurt, let down, or exposed. So they hesitate. They build walls, set tests, and look for proof. They say, "I'll trust them once they earn it." But trust doesn't work that way. It rarely arrives fully formed. It grows, slowly and unevenly, from small acts of openness. Giving trust before you feel secure seems backward, but someone has to start. If everyone waits, no one moves. If no one moves, nothing builds. Trust becomes a standoff. Each person waits for evidence that the other is safe, but in many cases, the only way to create that safety is to risk a little trust first. This doesn't mean throwing caution aside. It means offering trust in small, deliberate ways. In conversation, it might mean admitting you don't know something or sharing a concern. At work, it might mean asking someone for help or letting them lead a task without hovering. In friendships, it could mean showing emotion before you are sure how they'll respond. These small risks often invite others to do the same. When someone senses that you trust them, they often step up. They want to match what you've offered, not always, but often enough to make it worth trying. That first show of faith gives them space to be more honest, more present, or more invested. The room changes. The relationship shifts. There's a reason this feels risky. Trust can be broken. When it is, the hurt runs deep. People remember times they opened up and were ignored, mocked, or betrayed. So they protect themselves. They avoid the kind of exposure that led to pain. That makes sense. But over time, the defense becomes a prison. You end up alone inside your own caution. In some cases, people build systems around distrust. Managers micromanage because they don't trust employees to work without oversight. Partners test each other instead of talking openly. Friends keep things light to avoid emotional risk. These habits feel safe in the short term.
but in the long run, they create distance. People sense when they're not trusted, and when they sense that, they often withdraw. Trust also gets tangled with control. When you don't trust someone, you try to manage them. You monitor, correct, or pull away. That can look like leadership or responsibility, but it's really fear. True trust lets go. It allows space for someone to act freely. That space is where respect grows. In close relationships, trust builds over time, but only if it's given space to show up. You can't analyze your way into trust. You have to try it. You share something real and see how the other person holds it. If they respect it, you share more. If they mishandle it, you learn something. Either way, you move forward with more clarity. The paradox becomes clear in new relationships. Two people may like each other, but both hesitate. They avoid being the one who texts first, brings up something serious, or shows strong emotion. No one wants to be too much, but all that restraint can look like distance. Both people feel unsure. Both wait. Nothing deepens. In team settings, the same pattern repeats. A leader who doesn't trust the team creates a tight grip. People feel watched, not supported. They play it safe and stop thinking creatively. But a leader who says, "I believe you can handle this," creates a very different space. That trust might be unearned at first, but it invites people to rise to the moment. Not all trust works out. Some people will misuse it. That's part of the risk. But the answer isn't to stop trusting altogether. It's to trust more carefully, not less completely. You learn to trust in layers, not all at once. You give enough to see who someone is, then decide what the next layer might look like. This approach also helps in conflict. If two people argue, it's easy to fall into blame. But if one person says, "Here's where I think I messed up," or "I want to understand your side better," the tension often softens. They're not giving in. They're offering trust that the conversation can go somewhere better. That small act can shift the whole dynamic. Even in systems like healthcare, education, or law, the presence or absence of trust changes outcomes. Patients who trust their doctors follow treatment plans. Students who trust their teachers engage more. Citizens who trust institutions are more likely to follow rules. Trust is not a soft concept, it has real effects. It's also contagious. When someone sees trust being offered, they're more likely to do the same. A workplace where trust is the norm feels different from one where everyone guards themselves. You can feel it in how people talk, how freely they share ideas, and how they handle mistakes. Giving trust doesn't mean expecting perfection. People will make errors. That's part of any human connection. What matters is how those moments are handled. Do they take responsibility? Do they try to repair the damage? Do they care? Trust deepens when people show they can be counted on, even when things go wrong. There's no formula, but the pattern is clear. The people who build strong relationships, healthy teams, and real connections are usually the ones willing to go first. They don't wait to feel completely safe. They make space for trust to grow by offering it first. That offer is the risk, and it's often the reason trust ever happens at all.
The trolley problem begins with a simple setup. A runaway trolley is heading down a track. Ahead, 5 workers are standing on the rails. The trolley will hit them, and they will die. You are standing next to a switch. If you pull it, the trolley will move onto another track. On that second track, 1 person is standing. If you pull the switch, 1 person dies. If you do nothing, 5 die. What should you do? Most people say it's better to pull the switch. Sacrificing 1 life to save 5 seems like the right choice. This choice follows a principle known as utilitarianism, the idea that the best action is the one that produces the greatest good for the greatest number. Saving more lives, even at the cost of 1, looks like the better outcome. But the problem doesn't stop there. A second version changes the situation. This time, you're standing on a footbridge over the tracks. The trolley is heading toward 5 workers again. You cannot reach a switch, but standing next to you is a large man.
You realize that if you push him off the bridge onto the track, his body will stop the trolley. He will die, but the 5 workers will live. Should you push him? Here, most people hesitate. Even those who said they would pull the switch now say they wouldn't push the man. The outcome is the same. 1 person dies, 5 live. But the action feels different. Pushing someone to their death feels more personal. More violent. You're not just diverting a machine, you're using someone as a tool. This difference matters. Philosophers use the trolley problem to test how people think about moral choices. The first version seems distant. You flip a switch, you don't touch anyone. The harm feels indirect. In the second version, your body plays a role. You must act directly to cause someone's death. That shift reveals 2 ways of thinking about right and wrong. One way, called consequentialism, focuses on outcomes. If more people survive, the choice is justified. The other way, often called deontology, says that some actions are wrong no matter the result. Pushing someone to their death in this view is never acceptable, even if it saves more lives. To explore this further, imagine yet another case. You're a surgeon in a hospital. 5 patients each need a different organ, or they will die. A healthy person walks in for a routine checkup. You could take their organs and save the 5 others, but you would kill 1 innocent person to do it. The math is the same, 1 life for 5. But almost everyone says that would be wrong. The reason, again, comes down to intention and means. In the surgery case, you actively harm an innocent person to save others. In the trolley case, with the switch, the harm feels like a side effect, not the main goal. The difference is subtle, but it changes how people judge the action. Some thinkers say the key factor is whether you treat a person as a means to an end. If you pull the switch, the person on the second track dies, but you didn't use them to stop the trolley. They were in the path already. If you push someone, you are using their body to stop the train. That person becomes a tool for your goal. For many people, that crosses a line. The trolley problem also forces us to ask whether we are responsible for what we allow to happen, or only for what we actively do. If you do nothing and 5 people die, did you make a moral choice? Or did you just fail to act? Is letting 5 people die better than killing 1? Now, imagine you're not near the tracks at all. You're in a control room. You see the situation on a screen. You press a button, and the trolley moves to the second track. The act is the same as pulling a switch, but you're even more removed from the scene. Would that make the choice easier? This brings up the role of distance and emotion. When we're far from harm, we think more in terms of numbers. When we're close, we think more in terms of people. That may explain why the switch feels different from the push. One is abstract, the other is physical. These questions also apply to real-life situations. In war, drones are controlled by operators far from the battlefield. They make life and death decisions without direct contact. In hospitals, doctors decide who gets treatment when resources are limited. In self-driving cars, engineers must program how the vehicle reacts in emergencies. Should it swerve to avoid 5 people and risk hitting 1? Every version of the trolley problem tests the balance between doing harm and allowing harm. It asks whether we can ever justify taking 1 life to save more. It challenges the idea that numbers alone should guide moral decisions. The problem also helps us explore our moral instincts. We like to think we're logical, but our reactions shift based on framing. We say saving 5 is worth it, unless we must push someone. We say 1 life isn't worth 5, unless we don't have to touch anyone. These shifts show that human judgment isn't just about math. It's about how we see people, how we feel about agency, and how we define what counts as harm. Some people argue there is no right answer. The trolley problem doesn't tell us what to do. It just reveals how we think and where our values conflict. It shows that ethics is rarely clear-cut. It's full of tension, trade-offs, and tough calls. Others say the problem teaches us to look beyond snap judgments. It forces us to ask why we find some actions wrong. Is it about feelings or rules? Is it about harm or respect? These questions help shape laws, guide policy, and shape our views of justice. The trolley problem isn't just a puzzle, it's a mirror. It shows how we balance numbers and principles, how we weigh costs and dignity, and how we make choices when every option is hard. It keeps being asked because the world keeps giving us versions of it. Choices with no perfect outcome, only trade-offs we must face. You walk into a store to buy a jar of jam. On the shelf, you see 24 kinds: strawberry, raspberry, blackberry. Organic, low sugar, local, imported. Some have seeds, others don't. There are small jars and large ones. You start to compare them, reading labels and prices. 10 minutes go by, and you leave the store with nothing. That's the paradox of choice. It sounds strange. We usually think more choice is better. It gives us freedom, control, and the chance to find what suits us best. But studies show that too many choices can do the opposite. They make us freeze. They make us less happy with what we pick. And sometimes, they make us choose nothing at all. This happens not just in stores. It happens in daily life. Picking a show to watch, picking a college, picking a career, picking a partner. Modern life gives us more options than ever, but that comes at a cost. When every decision holds so many possibilities, the act of choosing becomes harder. There are a few reasons why. First, when faced with many options, people feel overwhelmed. In one study, researchers offered shoppers samples of jam. Some saw 6 choices, others saw 24. More people were drawn to the bigger display, but fewer actually bought anything. Those who saw only 6 made a decision more easily and were more satisfied with what they picked. More choices mean more comparisons. You start to weigh the pros and cons. You wonder which option is best. You fear making a mistake. The effort grows. Even a small decision takes time and energy. That builds stress and sometimes leads to no decision at all. Second, when you finally choose, you may feel less happy with your choice. Say you buy one of the jams. Later, you wonder if one of the others would have tasted better. You imagine a better outcome, even if you liked what you bought. That's called regret. It doesn't always come from a bad result. It comes from knowing you had other options. With more choices, regret grows. Every option you didn't choose becomes a reminder of what might have been. You second-guess yourself. You blame yourself if the choice doesn't turn out perfectly. The more options you had, the more pressure you feel to have chosen the best one. If you didn't, it feels like failure, even if the result was fine. Third, when options are similar, we expect our choice to bring perfect satisfaction. If the differences between options are small, we start to focus on details. We raise our standards. We believe that one option must be just right. That kind of thinking leads to disappointment. No matter what you pick, it may not live up to your hopes. This ties into the idea of maximizing versus satisficing. Maximizers try to make the best possible choice. They compare every option and search for the ideal one. Satisficers look for something that's good enough. Once they find it, they stop. Maximizers often feel less happy, even when they make good choices. Satisficers tend to feel better because they don't expect perfection. This isn't about settling. It's about understanding that most decisions don't need to be perfect to be good. A good enough option saves time, reduces stress, and often brings just as much satisfaction. Think about a streaming service with hundreds of shows. You scroll through titles for an hour, looking for the perfect one. You start something, then stop. You pick another, then change your mind. At the end, you may have watched nothing. Or you may finish a show, but feel it wasn't worth the time. The problem wasn't the show, it was the process. Too many options made the decision harder and raised your expectations. Now think about a restaurant with a short menu. 3 appetizers, 5 main courses, 2 desserts. You pick one of each, eat your meal, and enjoy it. You don't wonder what you missed. You don't second-guess yourself. The limited choice made it easier to decide and easier to enjoy. The paradox also affects larger decisions. Choosing a career used to mean picking from a few paths. Now, people face dozens of possibilities. They think about pay, passion, location, lifestyle, and meaning. Every option has trade-offs. That makes it harder to choose. It also makes it easier to wonder if another path might have been better. In dating, apps show hundreds of people. You can swipe, match, and message. It feels like control, but it can also create doubt. After every date, you wonder if the next match might be a better fit. You focus on what's missing, not what's present. You hold out for perfect and often end up alone. The same thing happens in online shopping. A simple search gives you thousands of results. You read reviews. You compare prices. You look for deals. By the time you buy something, you're already thinking about returning it. The pressure to get it exactly right can take away the joy of the purchase. One way to reduce this stress is to limit choices. Set clear criteria before you start. Decide what matters most and ignore the rest. Choose a product with the features you need, not the one with the most features. Pick a career based on your values, not based on what others expect. In relationships, focus on how someone makes you feel, not on ticking every box. Another way is to accept trade-offs. No option is perfect. Every choice means giving something up. That's not failure. It's part of life. The sooner we accept that, the more peace we'll find in our decisions. The paradox of choice reminds us that freedom and satisfaction don't always grow together. More options mean more decisions, and more decisions mean more pressure. We think that with enough choice, we'll find the perfect fit, but often, fewer choices lead to better results. They make us act, and they help us appreciate what we choose. The goal is not to avoid choice, but to manage it, clearly, calmly, and without chasing perfection. The observer effect refers to how the act of observing something can change what's being observed. It's a simple idea, but has big consequences. In science, in psychology, and even in daily life, watching something often alters its behavior. That change may be small or large, but it means we never observe anything in a truly untouched state. In physics, this effect appears in experiments with very small particles, like electrons. At that scale, particles don't behave like solid objects. They behave like waves and particles at the same time. When scientists try to measure them, they have to use tools that send energy, like light or electrons, into the system. That energy disturbs the particle, so the very act of looking changes what's there. One famous example is the double-slit experiment. When particles pass through two narrow slits, they create a pattern like a wave would. But if you set up a detector to see which slit each particle goes through, the pattern changes. The wave-like behavior disappears. Just watching changes the outcome. That suggests that measurement itself, not just recording what happens, but the physical process of it, affects what the particle does. This leads to strange ideas. Does the particle know it's being watched? Of course, it doesn't think the way people do, but the tools used to observe it still have an effect. It's not magic. It's just a result of how measurement interacts with a tiny, sensitive system. The observer effect doesn't only appear in quantum physics. You can see versions of it in the real world. Consider a factory floor. If workers know someone is watching them, they might work faster or more carefully. The act of watching changes how they behave. This is called the Hawthorne effect, named after a study at a factory in the 1920s. The workers' productivity went up, not because of changes to lighting or rules, but because they knew they were being studied. In psychology, people change their responses when they know they're part of an experiment. This happens in surveys, interviews, and lab tests. If someone thinks a researcher wants a certain answer, they may give it, even if it's not true for them. That's why researchers take steps to reduce bias. They try to make sure subjects don't know exactly what is being tested, or they design studies to avoid direct observation. In education, students often try harder when a teacher is nearby. In sports, athletes sometimes perform better or worse when the crowd is watching. In customer service, Employees may smile more when they see a supervisor nearby. In all of these cases, observation affects behavior. Even in wildlife studies, the presence of a camera or a person can change how animals act. Some become shy and hide. Others may act more aggressive. The goal of observing natural behavior is hard to reach when your presence changes the scene. There's also a social side to this effect. People tend to act differently in public than they do in private. If you know someone is watching, you might stand up straighter or speak more carefully. If a camera is running, you may behave in a way you think looks good on video. This is not about dishonesty. It's just a natural response to being observed. In workplaces, the observer effect can help improve safety or performance. Just placing a camera in a hallway can reduce accidents. A mirror next to a cash register may reduce theft. People act more carefully when they think they're being seen, but this can also create stress. If people feel they are always under watch, it may reduce trust. They may feel pressure to appear busy, even when they need rest or time to think. In data collection, this effect can distort results. For example, if traffic researchers stand on a corner counting cars, drivers might slow down. If a health worker visits a home to check on food storage, the family may clean up beforehand. The act of measuring changes the thing being measured. In medical testing, patients might feel better just because they're part of a study. This is related to the placebo effect, where belief in treatment brings real changes. Again, observation alters outcome. In personal habits, self-monitoring often helps people change behavior. Writing down what you eat, how much you exercise, or how you spend your money makes you more aware. That awareness alone can lead to change. You're observing yourself, and that changes you. The observer effect also raises questions about privacy and autonomy. If every action is watched, does that change who you are? Do you act for yourself or for the watcher? In digital spaces, we know companies track clicks and views. That knowledge might shift what we post or how we speak. Our behavior adapts to what we believe is seen, even if we don't know exactly who is watching. This effect shows up in machines too. In computing, certain diagnostics slow down a system. Monitoring a server's speed can itself reduce its speed. The tool changes what it measures. Even in daily relationships, attention changes dynamics. If a friend suddenly pays more attention to your mood, you may become more aware of how you feel. If a parent watches a child closely, the child may act better or may rebel. In either case, the observation plays a role in shaping behavior. The observer effect teaches a simple but powerful lesson. Nothing happens in a vacuum. Watching something, even passively, can shift what happens. In some cases, that shift is tiny. In others, it's large enough to change the result entirely. This doesn't mean we should stop observing. It just means we should stay aware of how observation works. When we study, record, or watch, we become part of the system. We don't just collect data, we help shape it. Whether we're scientists, teachers, parents, or users online, our presence adds weight, and that presence always leaves a mark. You go to the doctor with pain. The doctor gives you a pill and says it will help. You take the pill, and soon the pain fades. But later you find out the pill had no active ingredient. It was a sugar pill. Still, it worked. Placebo effect. Your belief in the treatment made your body feel better. The placebo effect shows that expectation alone can bring real physical changes. It's not just in your head. People given fake treatments have shown lower pain levels, better sleep, and even changes in heart rate or blood pressure. Their bodies respond as if they received actual medicine. That response comes from the brain, triggered by trust and belief. Doctors have known about this effect for a long time. In clinical trials, researchers often use placebos to test new drugs. One group gets the real treatment, and another gets the placebo. If the drug works better than the placebo, it's considered effective. But placebos often help too, just not as much. That shows how powerful the mind can be in healing. The effect works in many areas. Pain is the most studied, but it shows up in depression, anxiety, fatigue, and even symptoms like nausea. In some cases, people given placebos improve just as much as those taking medication. The results are not imagined. Brain scans show changes. Hormones shift. The body acts differently. One famous study gave people a placebo for pain after dental surgery. Some patients reported strong relief even though they received no painkiller. Another study gave fake asthma inhalers to patients. They didn't breathe better, but they felt like they did. Their belief made them feel less anxious, which eased their symptoms. The form of the placebo matters too. A pill works, but an injection works better. A big pill seems stronger than a small one. A name brand box works better than a plain one. These details change what people expect, and expectation drives the effect. The setting matters as well. If a doctor speaks with confidence, the patient trusts the treatment more. That trust builds belief. If the doctor seems uncertain or cold, the effect weakens. The ritual of care, white coats, stethoscopes, tests, reinforces the sense that something real is happening. That structure can shape results. This doesn't mean people are faking. The body responds because the brain believes help is on the way. The brain sends out chemicals, like endorphins, that reduce pain. It adjusts hormones, shifts stress levels, and changes how symptoms are felt. The person isn't pretending. The change is real, even though the cause is mental. This is not the same as the illness going away. A placebo doesn't cure cancer or heal broken bones, but it can ease side effects, reduce discomfort, or improve mood. That can be important, especially in long-term conditions where full cures aren't available. There's also the nocebo effect, the flip side. If you believe a harmless substance will cause harm, your body can respond with real symptoms. People told a pill might cause nausea may feel sick even if the pill is just sugar. Fear and worry trigger changes in the body too. The brain is not passive. It listens to what you believe and adjusts the body accordingly. Placebos raise questions about ethics. Is it right to give a fake treatment if it helps someone feel better? Some doctors say yes, as long as no harm is done. Others say honesty matters more. But recent studies show something surprising. Placebos can still work even when people know they're fake. In one trial, patients with chronic pain were told they were taking sugar pills. They were also told that the pills could help because of the placebo effect. Many still improved. This suggests the effect comes not from being tricked, but from believing in the healing process. The brain responds to the idea of care and attention, even without a chemical boost. That opens new ways to use placebos in treatment, honestly and ethically. The placebo effect also points to the power of hope. When people feel seen, supported, and safe, their bodies respond. They sleep better, feel less pain, and manage stress more easily. This is not magic. It's biology shaped by emotion and belief. Think about athletes. Some wear lucky socks or follow a set routine before games. These actions don't change their muscles, but they change their mindset. That shift affects performance. It reduces anxiety, boosts confidence, and helps focus. Belief turns into behavior, and behavior shapes results. Placebos also show up in everyday life. You drink herbal tea for sleep, even if there's no strong evidence it works. But you sleep better because you expect to. Or you take vitamins during cold season. You believe they help, and you feel more energy. Maybe the pills do little, but your brain makes up the rest. The mind and body are not separate. They feed into each other. What you believe affects what you feel. What you feel shapes what your body does. Placebos make that link visible. They show how thought becomes physical response. In some ways, all care has a placebo element. The tone of voice, the time taken, the presence of someone trying to help, all these shape how the patient responds. This is why bedside manner matters. It's not just about kindness. It can make a treatment more effective. The care feels more real. and so the brain responds more fully. That doesn't mean real medicine doesn't matter. It does. Placebos help, but they are not cures. Still, they remind us that healing is not just about chemicals. It's also about context, how treatment is delivered, how people feel about it, and what they believe it will do. The placebo effect isn't a trick or a lie. It's a window into how belief shapes biology. It shows that health is not just a set of numbers or test results. It's also made of trust, care, and the brain's power to help the body heal. You walk past a hallway with mirrors facing each other and stop to look. You see yourself repeated again and again, stretching backward into a tunnel of reflections. Each version is smaller and a little dimmer than the last, but still recognizably you. That's the infinite mirror, or what many call the Droste effect. It's a visual loop, an image within itself, repeating endlessly in theory, though not in practice. This effect plays on recursion, which is when something refers to or includes a smaller version of itself. It's common in programming and mathematics, but the Droste effect makes it visible. You're not just looking at a reflection, you're looking at a reflection of a reflection, and so on. The brain recognizes this pattern quickly, and even though the copies eventually blur, the mind fills in the gap. You understand the structure. You feel the depth. The term Droste effect comes from a Dutch cocoa brand that used this idea on its packaging in the early 20th century. The box showed a nurse holding a tray. On the tray was a smaller version of the same cocoa box. That smaller version included the same image, and so on. It was meant to draw attention, and it worked. People remembered it. The image told a story and reinforced the brand by repeating itself. This loop isn't actually infinite. Each layer gets smaller, and eventually you hit the limits of space, light, or resolution. But our eyes and minds treat it as if it could go on forever. That's part of the effect's power. It suggests infinity without needing to reach it. It invites you to imagine what lies beyond what you can see. You don't need a product or camera to create this. You just need two mirrors facing each other. Put one in front of you and another behind, and your reflection bounces back and forth between them. Each layer shows you looking at yourself, and the pattern repeats. In public restrooms or elevators with mirrored walls, this can happen by accident. You catch a glimpse of yourself trailing off in both directions, as if you're part of an endless line. Artists use the Droste effect to add depth and complexity to their work. They might draw a scene that includes a smaller version of itself inside a picture frame or a TV screen. The smaller version may show the same scene again, continuing the loop. Sometimes the repetition is exact, and other times each layer adds new details. Either way, the effect draws you in. It forces you to pause, look closer, and follow the pattern. Filmmakers sometimes use similar tricks. A character might look at a screen that shows themselves, and on that screen is another version of the scene, and so on. It's not just visual, it's also thematic. It can suggest self-awareness or being caught in a system that repeats. It turns the character into both observer and subject, both inside and outside the story. The Droste effect shows up in computer screens too. Open a screen recording app, then record the screen that shows the recording app itself. You'll see the same tunnel of windows growing smaller and smaller. It looks simple, but it reveals a lot about how systems observe themselves. It's feedback, a loop where the output becomes the next input. This happens in sound and video, but also in social systems, design, and nature. Fractals are a close cousin. These are shapes that contain smaller versions of themselves at every level. A snowflake, a fern leaf, a Romanesco broccoli all show self-similarity. Unlike the Droste effect, they don't repeat a picture, but they do repeat a pattern. The logic is the same. You zoom in, and you see the same structure again. Fractals also give the impression of infinity within a boundary. Recursion like this appears in writing too. A story within a story. A character who reads a book about someone reading a book. It's a narrative mirror, folding the plot back on itself. Sometimes it's played for humor, other times to make a point about perception or memory. Writers and poets use it to highlight how we reflect on our own thoughts or how history repeats itself. People often respond to the Droste effect with fascination, but also unease. The repetition can feel disorienting. You expect to reach an end and you don't. That tension pulls you in, but also makes you question what's real and what's reflection. The mind looks for boundaries, and when it can't find one, it feels unsettled. Designers sometimes use this effect in logos or packaging. They create a loop that pulls your eye inward. A logo on a screen shows the same screen with the logo. It's not always practical, but it sticks in your memory. It creates an identity that references itself, reinforcing the brand without needing extra words. In modern technology, the Droste effect shows up in digital art and interface design. An app icon might show a phone with that same app icon on the screen. It's a small detail, but it creates a sense of completeness. The design folds back into itself, like a well-packed box. Some video games use this effect in gameplay. You walk into a room and see another version of the room on a screen or in a mirror. That version contains you, moving at the same time. It breaks the fourth wall. It makes you aware of the layers of space and time inside the game. You're not just playing, you're being watched, and maybe watching yourself. In education, the Droste effect offers a simple way to explain recursion, infinity, and self-reference. It gives a clear, visible example. Teachers can point to mirrors, draw simple, nested images, or use screen recordings to show how systems loop. It makes abstract ideas more tangible. Students can grasp complex concepts just by observing how images behave. At a deeper level, the Droste effect becomes a metaphor. You look into something and see more versions of the same thing. You reflect on yourself and see layers of identity. You analyze a problem and find that it contains the same problem, just smaller. That's not just art or science, it's life. Many things echo, many systems repeat. The Droste effect helps us see that clearly. It doesn't rely on special tools or tricks. All it needs is a setup that includes itself. The power comes from how our minds engage with that loop. We see, we reflect, and we follow the pattern, again and again.